disappointment. Now the vice president often tell me, since he got a seat as vice president, how many persons have I recommended in this government to serve in the government as presidential appointee? Zero. Every appointment in Nima County was done by him. He and I would discuss something as a brother. To implement it, you will bypass me and do different things. I don't talk on it.
Now you need to see us. The thing we saw, it frustrates us. So why can't you lie? Why can't you steal? Why can't you allow the citizens to be? You see, we just tell you. That's why we vote tell you. But you fool us, you screw us, you use us and later on abuse us. So why? The government makes you lie. Why? But that's the question that we ask.
The good person in our whole United Party, that President Bwaka. You want to say that again? The only person that appreciate good among all the United Party for that President Bwaka. The rest are ungrateful. The right, they use you and dumb you. But President Bwaka, if all of them were thinking the President Bwaka and behaving the President Bwaka, United Party will have another chance in 2029. Just for now, they do not regard people that help them. I'm not.
Of our soldiers were executed on this party ground. 2 at the back and 1 right at the headquarters. The man who shot and killed our people today is a darling boy in the Liberia National Police. They brought him back to shoot more guns. Get ready to shoot. Because we challenge the status quo appropriately.
Inform them in the violence or still any student because of their action. It will be the day the entire Brothers administration will cut down. We will massively violate the students in this country and will shut down the Brothers administration. They can't that happen. We have the capability to do so. And if they think this renovation project is a joke, let them try it. The fall of the Brothers administration begin with this. If they think they will tumble on any student in this country or at the university like Boy and Water or Infinity, while our children saving opponents and logic in the Western world, while we are subjected to agile power and bad learning conditions here, and the thing will say. In
the first 100 days, no car will get stuck on a major road in this country. And I mean it.
You say it out loud?
It's going down. First floor. There you have it.
That led to decades of war still run deep. But so too does the longing for reconciliation. A reconciliation defined not by political bargaining or by an artificial balance of power by tribe, region, religion, or ethnicity, but by the equality of opportunity and a better future for all Liberians.
Bwaka can lie, the government, all the ministers in the government, they can lie. They don't put all hustle, they put hustle, they lie. Everything they say, they never say the truth.
Today, the supporters of His Excellency Joseph Bwaka presents him as a poor man from Lofa and aside that he will understand the plight of the poor people. Fellow Liberians, do not be fooled. Vice President Bwaka is not poor like you, not even as me. As Vice President, his office received more money from the government budget than any other Vice President has received in Liberia's history. He has enjoyed some of the best and most lucrative government jobs.
First of all, there's this, what I call sort of vicious lie about the fact that Mr. Pewee is gay or bring gay lifestyle to Liberia. It's complete bullshit. When people can accuse you of stealing people's money, when they can accuse you of being involved in war, anything, people don't make up stuff. They don't make up shit. Excuse my language, right? So it's complete nonsense. I'm married, 8 Teresa, 2 children, 5 grandchildren. I believe in traditional family values, so it's complete bullshit, complete nonsense.
Young man, vice president, young man that are vice president, the major stole 500,000. I mean, Jamaica, the major went to, I forget that Jamaica, the majors went to Ghana, the fit, and they may bring it all company in the country. I mean, Kun Ninja can reach yourself. Kun man, you know, Kun, but I want to sophisticated, quiet, hardcore rule in Labro. But Labro,
when 2029 come and pass, then you finally leave. Mission is completed. Now, what the rules of engagement? When the war ended, the guy said, the captain, the commander said, mission complete. There wounded outwards, all men on board.
Everywhere there is no school, I will put school. And everywhere there is school and school in bad condition, I will renovate it. I told them, towns and villages, everywhere you will have lights in a town for children to play and people to see. I told them, every town will have safe drinking water.
If Charles Taylor is the problem, he will be out of here in the twinkle of an eye. And I say, let well-meaning Liberians come home. If we respect this constitution, a government formed in Accra is a violation of Article 1 of the Constitution. Let them come home. Let that government be formed in Monrovia.
The government that capital Rosemont, small B road, all kinds of places. I think the reason Joseph Baga will not do much because the old man, the papa is suffering. The papa loves the country, but he can't make it. The criminal there around him, they sophisticated than him. They are sophisticated criminals, so they can't make it.
Your lead Costa, God know how to pay people. It's just simple. Costa died, killed everybody but himself. Everybody, Joe, we join, we killed Joe, he killed Joseph Boaga. Boaga still living. Joe, when I go, no, you leave my brother. He made me senator. He almost made Joseph Boaga president until he screwed up. We gave God the glory. Yeah. Well, Boaga, when he screwed, he said, oh, we don't want to make sure we fought for him to be reconciled with the president. And then the people who fought for him. Look, Yoli Costa, you come. And Costa was in a podcast, he said, they don't been calling me? Okay. The time you were calling me for me to carry the Boaga, did I put it on radio? That immaturity to do what you're talking about.
And I
no, son,
guarantee you, when we finish, there will not be a winner or the loser. Today we all wear the jersey of Liberia, and the victory belongs to the people, to the peace, and to our democracy. As we begin to build upon the foundation of this new Liberia, I, George Seleke Kromah, the new president, will first give thanks and praises to the Almighty God for the blessing He has bestowed upon our country. And I say, my people, thank you,
When you elect on 85 irresponsible men, what happened to the country? We elect on 85 irresponsible men to govern this country, not to be very irresponsible.
Good evening, Mr. Gayman. How you doing?
I'm doing very well, young man. Thank you. How you doing? I like the background.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Well, it looks like it's that time again where we have to go to the Liberian people and make our case. We have to make our case. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 4:11. It should be 9:11 in the Republic of Liberia. We got to do some housekeeping. We got about another month or so in what we call daylight saving time. The time is going to change in these United States, and we are going to go back to 5 p.m. instead of the 4 p.m. that we are on. In Liberia, the time remains the same, 9 p.m. Local time, GMT. We just want to keep you on a notice. Be informed that when we go back to daylight saving time, I think next month or so, we will be starting the show at 5 p.m., which will be the same time in the Republic of Liberia. And if you are in California, like Dixon, Carmichael, California, you have to adjust your time accordingly. I think you are 3 hours behind us here in Florida. If you're Martin Willie, you have to do the same thing. If you are in Johnsonville, Monrovia, or Montserrat, you got nothing to fear. Your time remains the same, 9 p.m. Liberian time. A lot is going on in Liberia, and we will talk about them. No fear or favor against or for anyone. That's why we are called the closing argument. After you have gone all over the place all day long, it's 9 p.m. in the Republic of Liberia. Now you can come. You have listened to all the talk radios. You have listened to all the morning talk, afternoon talk, breakfast, you name it. This will be the close of your day in this Republic of Liberia, likewise in the United States. Come and close your day with a strong argument for or against. You have to be professional in doing so. You can criticize all you want. Be professional. We do not profiteer on this show. That means we do not use vulgarities. You can disagree with me or with any of our panelists all you want. We got very thick skin here, so that no one is going to yap back at you for being tough. As long as you stay on point, stick to the topic, make your argument. You do not have to be a lawyer to discuss the Constitution. Discuss it, read it as you understand it to be. That's why the Constitution was written in the plain English for anyone to read and understand, so you know your rights. Starting tomorrow, maybe if Myean can do us a favor, create a sticker for me, a flyer that says, "What's on your mind?" It's a new segment that we are bringing forward just to kind of make the show more creative and interactive. We are going to flash it maybe around the 6 o'clock mark. Let's say no, 5 o'clock. It will be the time for you to let us know what is on your mind. You know, when we go to press, our folks gave us the headlines, what's happening, but there may be some things that are happening in your neighborhood. Something that we may have missed, but it's very important to the Republic. to our community, to our churches, to our mosques, to our children. So you have a few seconds to tell us what is on your mind. If you got some clean jokes that you want to tell, no funny jokes that will make people uncomfortable, no dirty jokes. If you have something to make one laugh, something that happened that is so funny, you think it will make people laugh, yes, you will be. If it's on your mind, you have to say it as well. Like someone sent me in my box, one of my Nigerian friends, he says we told Kehleboe that he's 90 years old, and he said he's 70. When you look at Kehleboe, you can tell he will never see 70 again. The next time he sees 70 will be 170. So Kehleboe went to Turkey to visit, and he was behaving as though he were young, slipped and fell flat on his face. And the security were trying to hold the newspaper back, not to show the president of another nation falling on his face, but it happened live. So if you have funny videos, you have funny event that happened in Liberia, and you want to make fun of it, fine. We got to lighten up sometimes. We can't have everything serious. So we'll be asking you to let us know what is on your mind. So before, you know what's on my mind? The State of the Union of these United States by the greatest president since Abraham Lincoln, Donald J. Trump, gave the State of the Union address last night. And he said, the great nation, it is big, it is great. The State of the Union is very strong. The liberals say, oh, he's a liar. Everything he says, he's a liar. He's this, he's that. And that was Donald J. Trump. So we'll talk about it. You're talking about what's on your mind. So you can put in your column here, whatever is on your mind, whether you're from Johnsonville, you're from Kamara, California, wherever you're from, tell us what's on your mind. And we will discuss it briefly if need be. If you are in Johnsonville, there's a lot going on in Johnsonville. Something got to be on your mind. If you're from the heart-bleeding liberal center of the earth, California, something has to be on your mind. You will say so. If you're Melvin Flomo and you're from New Matadi, something has to be on your mind. Tell us what is on your mind so we can discuss it. It might be something affecting your neighborhood. Let us know. Don't be shy. You know, when we discuss issues here, sometimes all day is nothing but terrible news, like what's been happening in Nimab lately. And it's just not, it's just in Nimab is what we've been hearing about. But what's happening in Nimab is happening in Grand Bassa, in Bond County. If you don't tell us what's happening in your neighborhood, we will never know. You see, the press cannot be everywhere. So we are depending on citizen journalists. All you have to do is you have a cell phone. Even if you don't send out a photograph, you can send out a message in the link. Let us know what's happening in Buchanan. It was citizen journalists that called the $3.3 million hospital That's thing they call hospital in Grand Bassa County. He took a photo of this thing they call hospital and put it on social media. He said, this is what they said. They spent $3.3 million on. Not only are they abusing us, but they had the audacity to ask for more money to build staff center for nurses and doctors. How can you spend $3.3 million designing a hospital and you forgot to include housing for nurses and doctors? That is the work of citizen journalists. Since Myean is just one person, he can't be everywhere. Like yesterday, we had this young man by the name of the former mayor, Koji. He spoke about, he raised the alarm about an amendment that's going through the Liberian legislature to amend the criminal code, to amend Title II of the Liberian Criminal Procedural Law. Today, we discussed that yesterday in detail. Finally, today on the front page of Front Page Africa, here it is. So those of you who think that the closing argument was joking, here it is. It's right here on the front page. You can see it clearly. We discussed that yesterday. Most people didn't know about it, but it says here, lawmakers push to amend the LACC Act, penal code, but it is sparking backlash. Yes. We had to pat ourselves on the back. We discussed that yesterday in detail. Now everybody in Liberia, including the major newspaper, picked it up. So that's why that particular segment we are introducing called What's on Your Mind. You come, no big deal. You come and tell us what is on your mind, and we will look at it. If you warrant our reporters to go down to your neighborhood to do research, fact check, we will do so. That's what this is all about. If it concerns Liberia, it concerns you, because you are in a republic. In the meantime, someone wants to start trouble. A friend of mine by the name of Kehleboe. He said, Mr. Gayman, you guys always talk serious stuff. Why don't we throw some light and make life a little fun for our folks? Another gentleman sent me another clip and said, Jerome, he says, I know Garguah is everything. He said, but in my book, the most celebrated Liberian soccer star is Sylvester Pewee. And I called a few folks and they told me, Jerome, come on now. Don't even bring that on the closing argument. There's no argument there. There's nothing to debate. King George, Mane, Seleke Kromah, we are. Is the greatest footballer that's ever walked the face of the earth from the Republic of Liberia. How can somebody come and say they are the most celebrated, successful footballer under the Republic of Liberia? So I look at one of our old tapes. When I lived in New York City, we had a sportscaster by the name of Wonder Wolf. Every time there was a debate, he said, let's go to the videotape. Let's go to the stats. And that settled that debate. So I told Mr. Kehleboe, I said, don't hurt your head. Just go to the videotapes. Go to the stats. Go to the Mecca of soccer in the West. Go to ESPN, go to BBC, go to YouTube, and type in any of these folks to see where they stand when it comes to soccer. He came back later on, he said, but I didn't see anything on the bar. He says, I went to the Premier League, and all I saw, I went to the Premier League, I saw the dominance of George Weah. I went to the Italian League, AC Milan, I saw the dominance of George Weah. I went to Chelsea, I saw Weah. So that settles the scope, but it's worth talking about once in a while. We need to let the young folks know who this George Weah man was, who he is, and who he will ever be. The only African to have won the Ballon d'Or. Africa's best, Europe's best, and world best. Something that will not be replicated very soon, maybe not in our lifetime. And if you want to talk about the most celebrated and mythical figure in Liberian football, somebody that I didn't see, but everybody keep talking about, Nyenwolo. So we lighten up a little bit. We're talking about sports. If you know who you think is the best soccer player under the Republic of Liberia, living or dead, put it in there. If that is on your mind, let us know. Mr. Kessley, thank you very much for bringing that to my attention. And that debate was very, very short. Put to rest. And as when Chief Tomalin George come here, I hate to elevate somebody at the level of George Weah to bring them up even in the same conversation, but we'll do so just for conversation's sake. Let me welcome Mr. Myean Torgbean. And let me welcome Tony Dan, our legislative reporter. He told me he was going to run after these kids and check on it, come back and report. You know, these young folks, they are very brilliant, smart. You can take the word for it when it says tomorrow is tomorrow. He told me he was going to come back today and check on these kids to make sure what I was saying yesterday have merit. So Tony is here. Tony, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thanks to our followers. Let me say good evening to Myean Torgbean, who've been making a show that will come on every time to provide updates on trending and critical national issues that are important to the growth of our country. It's good to be here this evening on the show again to share insights about few important things. One that is relevantly focused on the breach and procedure of the MDA between the China-Myean mining concession area and the government of Liberia that has been raising eyebrows in recent time. And so it's good to be here.
Excellent. Our producer in studio, Mr. Myean D. Torgbean, one of Nima's best. Talk to us, what's happening, what's trending in your neck of the woods.
So, give me a like to thank everyone who are watching. I'd like to appreciate every one of you guys. There are too many topics, too many discussion within the country here. So, with other Liberians are now concerned, where we saw today the former candidate of District Number 4 Representative Honorable Seleke Kromah, he reaffirmed the son of the political leader of the Citizen Movement for Change. Today, he reaffirmed his commitment and then pledged to recontest in the 2029 elections, where there have been series of comments, there have been series of backlash from the public about him coming back, because this time is his second term to be contesting in the election. During the first term, one of the key points that he did mention were about the issue about disclosing your plans to the public, because one of the things about this district is that district number 4, Moswaro County, is one of the districts within Moswaro that do not elect a lawmaker 2 term, but rather they give you 1 term. So this lawmaker that is in power, there have been series of complaints, series of allegations that were against him. So he's coming back to the election, and there have been so many folks who are encouraging him, hearing him to contest, because he have the young people fan base. So when he contests again, probably he will be successful for this 2029 election. And we also saw former Moswaro, that's the representative of Moswaro County, District number 4, representative, that's not District number 4, but rather District 5, Madam Priscilla Cooper, where she sent a bill to the House of Representatives to establish the Pinsville school system, wherein they will help coordinate and supervise the entire Pinsville system, school system rather. So this bill, I think Anthony from the House of Representatives will talk more about that. And also we saw Senator Amara Conan seek audit about the Liberia War and Economic Crimes Court, wherein there have been this War and Economic Crime Court since the president appointed Chairman Jala Babu. There have been so many back and forth. So he's calling on the legislature or the Senate to seek update on this, how far they have gone, what are they doing now since the president placed them in power. What are they doing to see how best this war and economic crime court issue can be resolved? I think so far so good. I would just like to stop there, and then not forgetting the Liberia electricity arrested over 200 persons for illegal connections within Liberia, and then they are carrying on so many good work, both night and days shift, checking the various homes for those of whom that are using illegal connections, so that they can be able to pay for current bill, and then for that money that is being generated can help promote and develop the country. I'll just like to stop there for now.
Great. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a lot of great things happening. I like what Mr. Morris said, Fire J. Morris. He says, what is on my mind is that we are hoping that the government should take charge in the certain land issue in the republic. There should be a legislation for that to settle this land dispute. I agree with you 100%. The land issue in Liberia is becoming a national security issue. Government, the legislative body of the republic, have to take charge of this matter. It is getting out of hand. Everybody in Liberia has been affected, from Nima County to Basso to Bong to Kema, you name it. Everybody is been, it's not only in Monrovia. So yes, I agree with you, Morris. We have to take charge of this issue. Let me go to our astute. You know, in America here, you know, I grew up in New York City, and we were afraid of anybody by the name of Tony. You know, the Italian people love to Anthony, but they call each other Tony. You don't play with Tony. Tonys are sharp. They are smart, but they are also territorial. When you play on them, you cross them, they will let you know they are there. Tony, talk to us about your job, where you are, what's happening in the legislature in both houses.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. But unfortunately, Mount Tony is not. It's not in that direction. Mount Tony is cool. Mount Tony is, you know, honest. But the House of Representative is cool. Tomorrow is the 14th day sitting of the third session of the third quarter, and like Myean said, Representative Priscilla Abraham Kopo has submitted a bill proposing the establishment of the Pinsville school system that's going to be operating under the Ministry of Education. Pinsville is one of the largest cities in Liberia, and by virtue of the fact, it has the most high schools or most schools in a single city in Liberia. And so, according to Honorable Cooper, there should be an organized body that runs the affairs of schools in Pinsville, because you cannot have the Montserrat school system running the affairs of high schools across Montserrat. And if you do your statistics, you observe that there are over 500 to 600 schools that operate in Pinsville. And so the Montserrat school system, according to Rokopa, might not be, fully capacitated to study affairs or oversee the day-to-day function of all of the schools in Pinsville and in Montserrat at the same time. Because Montserrat, you're talking about from District 1 up to District 17. And there is limited workforce within the Ministry of Education, most especially when it comes to the school system area. So she has proposed this bill from hints that we got over. There are possibilities, there's certainty that that bill is going to be placed before plenary on tomorrow for discussion and onward passage, if possible, or forward to committee rooms for revision and talk to the Ministry of Education and education stakeholders. And also, I think the MDA, the breach of protocol or procedure for the China Union Minor Development Agreement, along with the Liberian government, should be an independent topic that will be discussed. And so we're here this evening to provide insights about it. But as it unfolds, like said on yesterday, when it relates to CDC Secretary General Jefferson Koji's statement about a bill that's seeking to amend a part of the Liberian law. We've gotten hints that bill has been sent to the legislature, but it has not been jotted down to be placed before plenary for discussion. The information we've got says that the bill has been received by leaders, by executive members of the legislature, and that bill is going to be thoroughly reviewed before being brought to the public or to the plenary for discussion and onward passage into law. Because once the bill comes from the executive, from the president, it goes to the House of Representatives or to the Senate. And after either of these houses concludes, they send it to the other house, and the house that is the final one to amend or to conclude on that act becomes the one that holds the power to make that act a law. So from hints that we got, the bill is before the legislature currently, and it is yet to be agreed upon for onward placement before plenary for discussion. But we're making sure that we keep our eyes up, and if there are any information that bill is coming before plenary or any session day, trust me, we're going to be here to make that publicly clear that the bill is before the plenary for discussion, and the Liberian people are going to give their thought about how they feel this bill is going to impact the presidency or the executive of the Liberian government. Yeah, I don't know whether you want me to jump quickly into the China Union investigation that we conducted last week.
Yes, one minute we get into that. One of the contention in the bill, according to Front Page Africa here, is one of the most significant provisions of the proposed amendment is found in section 4.4, which will allow prosecution for misconduct in office, including corruption and illicit enrichment, to be initiated at any time. Under the draft, such case may be commenced while the accused is still in public office or after leaving office or at any time thereafter. The proposed language effectively removes any statute of limitation for corruption-related offenses involving public officials. Additionally, Section 4.8D provides that where a public official fails to declare assets, income, and liability as required under the Code of Conduct or the law establishing the Liberia Anti-Corruption LACC, prosecution may begin at any time following the discovery of evidence. Basically what they are saying here is prosecutorial power will be with the executive perpetually. So what most people are concerned about is, if you notice that I have done something wrong and you wait for 10, 15 years, 20 years after I have built my empire and my children, everybody's doing well, you come back and you say, though 20 years ago, that money you took to invest, to get all the buildings and businesses, we suspect that you stole it. So everything now that you have here, we will take it from you. This is the fear that the folks are having. And they are saying there have to be limitations. If I leave government, you have the right to audit me immediately. If I'm found guilty, prosecute me. But you can't wait for 20 years after I have done everything I could to build myself up, then you come and confiscate everything. This is where the problem is, Mr. Don. Okay, I think Mr. Don is having issue with his connection. Myean, well, your take on this, I know we are all our lawyers, but we have a say-so when it comes to common sense. If I'm in office and I left office and you suspect that I stole money and you didn't prosecute me 2 years, 3 years, 5 years, 10, 20 years down the line, you come and now you want to take my homes, my businesses, because you suspect that down the line, the money I used to be where I am, I may have stolen it. Your thought on this?
Okay, so Mr. Gayman, with this issue, there are too many things that librarians, I would say librarians have their views on it. But mine with this issue, likewise, we see the same thing like other librarians who live in the diaspora for about 10, 15 years. They are not thinking about investing into their own country or to come back and then to take over their land. But after we should have seen librarians who are back home living there for over 10, 15, 20 years, and then you come from the United States to come and take over the same property to show this property for me. And then if you go to the court and then give whatever you want to give to the court, and then you say, yeah, this is my land, I claim this property. If you're taking that people from the land, where are they going? That's the same thing we are facing now. Because if you take these same people from the place and then you take over your land, where are these people that you are taking? Where are they going to be placed? Are they going to be on the street? Because one person just came and said, yeah, this property is for mine, and then that person just take over. That's the same thing we face. So, Mr. Gayman, nothing more, nothing less. This country is ours. We just have to keep doing what we think we can do.
Well, Mr. Morris, fire. This is what Mr. Tobin's take on the land issue. The land, some of the land that was demolished recently, I saw a gentleman with a deed from 1947. His parents have been on that property and they bequeathed it, they passed it on to him. And he developed it, and all of a sudden, they are breaking down all the properties that these people have struggled for all these years. The law, people are saying now the law is the law. But let me go to Mr. Don. The contention here is, what happens if I'm in office today and you suspect, you know, everywhere you go, when you leave office, they get turnover notes. And the incoming government has the right within 6 years that you're going to be in power to audit the previous government for wrongdoing if you can prove it beyond all reasonable doubt. You can't wait 20 years down the line that Mr. Don was an employee at the closing argument. He worked there for years, saved a few dollar, built a house, did something, and God bless him, he ran for office or he was appointed somewhere. And he makes a little money and improve on his properties. 10 years from now, you come back and say, listen, you didn't have all this year. You may have stolen our money from the government, so we're taking now all your property, including the one that you got from working at the closing argument. So the backlash is you can't do that. If you are in office for 6 or 12 years and you didn't catch me doing anything wrong, you didn't see anything wrong, you can't come back 20 years later and take all my property and say you thought I stole money. That this is a backlash. There has to be some kind of statute of limitation. There has to be something. You can't get the president or the executive that kind of power to follow people perpetually to take whatever it is against them. Your take on this? You are muted.
Thank you. I don't know whether I'm clear.
Yeah, you're clear now.
My network is somewhat fluctuating, but let's make this make sense, right? How sensible it is that someone had worked since 1990 in government, and now 2026, you're saying even though the person worked in government 1990, you both work together, but you're quite confident that that person stole government money in 1990, and so because that person stole government money in 1990, all of the property he or she has from 1990 up to now should be investigated and held or seized. For me, I don't think that is right. I don't think that should even be part of discussions about our judiciary system about how the laws work. But as it unfolds, like Myean said, Liberia is our home, and we're gonna be here. We're gonna follow that. Whatever impact it has or it's gonna make on us, on our country, is gonna be noted, and we're gonna make sure that we follow that story to the letter. We follow that. I told that bill to the letter. Like I said, once it comes before the House or it comes before the legislature, we're gonna make sure our legs are right behind them to fact check, to gather facts and credible reports about that issue.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, bear with us. The internet situation in Liberia, as you know, it fluctuates. Mr. Don is having problem with his internet. But this is what we are talking about, and I am a victim of what's happening, what is about to happen. I was sitting here in my office, and one time someone called me and said, but you are trending. Mr. Myean, I want you to pay attention. They said, you are trending. And I said, trending why? Well, someone took the picture of the house that you are building and put it on the internet and said, George Weah has given you some money as a propagandist. And that's the money you are using to build all these homes in Liberia. I'm saying this to say this is somebody who doesn't even know me. Just came up with this propaganda that whatever I'm doing in Liberia, I'm doing it because the government of Liberia had given me some illegal money. Dangerous as that may be, I don't know who George Weah is, except that I know he ran for president. He won. I like the PAPD. Never met him. Don't know who he is, but I like the PAPD and what it contains. So how do you make that leap from that to be someone who is making so much money from the Republic of Liberia that they have gone and marched? So anyone could come and say this house you are building is stolen money with all proof. Myean, your take on these kinds of accusations and this kind of law that gives so much power to anyone to do anything they want.
So Mr. Gayman, with that, even though there are some professional colleagues who have been accused in the media of being your partisans, sometimes they see you on a talk show, they look at you and describe you, whatever they want to say, however they feel, they describe you like that. And at times, one of the things I do tell people is that if you give me a job to do, like, if I'm taking probably like 300, 400 every month, give me like a 6 month salary, I will do something better for myself than someone who is a director within that position who is taking close to like 5,000 or 4,000 United States dollar. There are some people within this country who they take better around 4,000, 5,000. At the end of the year, you will not see anything from them. And then with just a cleaner under them who is taking 150, 200, will see how best they can manage that money and do something better for themselves. If that person be for in power, they will say that, oh yeah, the person stole government money. It's not like the person stole government money. At times, people will have their own career, they'll have their own professional space, they'll be doing other work. Even though they'll be in government, but other people have their professional work doing. Don't just look at, what people say, don't look at the book, don't judge the book by a cover. Because sometimes if you judge the book by a cover, you might be making mistakes or you might be going the wrong way. There are some people, they invest into properties, there are some people invest into other things because they have the resources now. So if you see them, you don't just look at them and attack them personally or look at them and attack them based on how you feel, based on emotions, based on sympathies. That which, of course, many Liberians usually do it. So I don't think it is good. I think we have to desist from it. You have to carry on investigation. You cannot see someone and sometimes say the person is a criminal, this person is a role without the investigation, without carrying on, and then fight. But you just claim that the person is a role, the person is a criminal. We all know that most Liberians do it. Most Liberians say these things. But I don't think it's right. I think it's wrong that we have to desist from that.
Great. Let me welcome Maurice Jai. He's tuning in from Point 4. Listen, let us know. We got a new section here called What is on Your Mind? You can let us know what is on your mind, what's going on in Point 4 that you think we need to know about. Johnsonville, what's going on, if you want us to know what's going about, so we can amplify what it is. It may not be in the news, doesn't mean it is not newsworthy. Let us know what's happening. What is on your mind? Let me go to Myean. Myean, it's a new segment. I know we're coming up. We kind of doing it, massaging it to make it. What is on your mind? Something that you think we should talk about that we're not talking about. Briefly, just something quick. What is on your mind?
Okay, so Mr. Gayman, one of the main issues that is on my mind right now is this issue about we're seeing some government officials, some government entity. They are now seeing other platform, other media institutions as buyers. They are now seeing other institutions, like I said, the media institution as one-sided. So whenever they're having program, they don't call that institution rather. Even True FM, I'm a reporter at True FM. Sometimes it is TC who sometimes rescue me. So whenever I'm out there, I say, oh, I'm from True FM. I came for this program. They will sometimes tell me no. So when I say I'm from closing arguments, sometimes they give me credence. They give me access to enter the building. But not many ministries, not many institutions. Even at the mansion, if the person is going, that there's a serious bureaucracy, there's a serious crisis within the executive mansion, reporters carry right now, wherein if the president is going on a serious-minded beat wherein reporters needed to be there to cover it and then be there to gather information, they will not be selected. So when there's like the president going to attend a funeral or bereavement or whatever the case may be, like not newsworthy, that's the time you see they will just post it in the general chat room that, oh yeah, you guys need to look at that, which of course we see it to be not giving us the power to do our work, not giving us the opportunity. Because if you say you give this person full access to cover the person's activity, you should not select certain people, no matter whether there's no DSA or whatever the case may. Allow the people. But sometimes if you ask for bosses, whether bosses are available, sometimes you're not getting a response. That way, of course, we see as something to be overshadowing us, not giving us the time to do our work. So that's one of the things that is on my mind right now.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, like I told you, the difference between the closing argument and other platforms is that we do our due diligence, we talk to folks, and then we dig deeper. I want you to look at this. I want you to look at this headline. It says here, it's either a strategy by the power to be to kill the media landscape. It says that Liberia's media faces financial collapse as advertising dollars drop, threatens independent journalism. This is what we are talking about here. It is the big folks whose job it is to make sure that every press freedom we talk about in Liberia, when we say press freedom, it covers all the journalists who are licensed members of the Liberian news agencies and people who are members of the press union. They have their badges. They have gone through everything. When it comes to these little travel allowance, $25, $50, how much is that to keep our boys and our men and women, professionals, going from point A to point B? The executive press pool. We know there are certain news organs that have been around so long, they have established themselves as an institution. We understand that. But for us to have an independent media landscape, when we read the paper the other day, there are several ways they are trying to kill independent journalism. First, the platforms like Front Page Africa, the Liberia Investigator, the Analyst, these papers, the closing argument, they do advertisement, they take up spaces on these papers, and then they refuse to pay the people. According to Leonard Dudu and Rodney Sear, the government of Liberia owes the newspaper going back 10 years. So this is not about partisan, Joseph Boakai, George Weah. No, it is a chronic issue in this government, How do you expect the newspaper to pay their staff, do printing? When you bring your ad to them and then after they run your ad for a week or two, you refuse to pay them. In fact, somebody from Front Page Africa said the other day, they have, in fact, limited themselves from actually running ad in the newspapers now. All they do now is public service announcement. They just bring announcement, drop it off for 1 or 2 days, and then that's it. So what they have done is every agency, every ministry now basically have their own news audience. Every House of Representatives, every senator now got their own private radio station, news organs. It's a deliberate attempt to undermine journalism and free press. Why go to Myean, who is independent and writing as he sees, when you can pay somebody on your staff to be your own journalist, to write your own story the way you see it, the way you want it? This is what we are talking about. The media landscape, as powerful as it is, the government does not want an independent, powerful press. So they are doing everything they can to strip the media of its own power. The government of the Republic of Liberia established its own platform called, how do you call that? Press Reload.
Press Reload.
Yes. So instead of going to the closing argument, the Liberia investigator, the Front Page Africa, the analyst, they don't want to go to these people. The daily observers, they don't want to go there. So they go and open their own platform and they sit there and sideline the press. It is an attempt to collapse the Liberian professional journalists. In other news, yes, Mr. Down, you are here. Continue. Let's go into your investigation. I know the time and the internet is fluctuating. It is really, really tough over there. I think at some point you will have to go into the studio and work from there because you are actually getting a heck of a time. While we wait for Mr. Dan about his investigative journalism and his report, the health minister has intervened to restore calm. There you go. Mr. Dan, go ahead real quick before your internet go out again.
Mr. Given, we Liberia is down. It's down. But how be it? We're moving on bit by bit, little by little. And we can't just complain because we're not to complain. But how be it? On Saturday, I took an errand. I took an errand to the Channel Union mining concession site because I have overheard some verbal informations about a breach between the Channel Union mining concession and the government of Liberia. And so I conducted an independent review of the operations at the Channel Union concession area, specifically focusing on executive leadership, composition, and the compliance of the MDA. And what I found actually raises serious compliance questions. And factually, it's not about politics. It's not about sentiment, or it's about contractor, versus operational reality. What I discover is something that needs public attention. The government of Liberia, the legislature needs to interfere. They need to act swiftly as they can. Likewise, the two representatives of these two districts, Bong and Margibi, Honorable Emmanuel Ya and Honorable Fode Fambule, who is also the chair on concession of the House of Representatives. On the MDA that was signed between the government of Liberia and Channel Union in 2009, the company is required to, one, prioritize employment for qualified Liberians, and also to implement structured training and development programs for workers that are working at the concession area, and they also to ensure localization of senior management, something they failed to do, and they have not done since they resumed operation. The agreement requires that within 10 years, at least 70% of the senior position, management position, should be held by Liberians. And that the timeline has already passed. So the question becomes, has that benchmark been met? So during my review of executive structures and the company representation, I discovered that there are a few top executive positions that has been on the spotlight recently. In fact, since the inception. The first one is the Chief Executive Officer, who is identified as Lee Hsing-hyang. He's also the Senior Company Representative. He has appeared before the legislature several occasions, several hearings. He also spares foreign duties in and out of Liberia. And what is noticed unclear is the presence of Liberians in dominant executive decision-making roles in that concession area. I also found no publicly accessible documentation that outlines a structured executive transition plan. I did not find a defined section timeline, because when I went at the site, I carried a motorbike that was branded press, so the securities there somehow try to resist me from entering the building, the site. But after 30 to 45 minutes, I later saw one of the workers that I know from the China Union area, and I was how he talked to the security, and I had to enter. But it was somehow stressful. But howbeit, I did not find a transparent report that indicates the compliance of 70% requirement of Liberians that should be working in top government position, in top executive position of the China Union area. And it is also on public record that in 2024, the EPA temporarily shut down the operation of the China Union for environmental compliance concerns. The China Union Concession Company was shut down in 2024 by EPA. And so while that issue was separate from the leadership structure, it also shows that where regulatory oversight has already been triggered in other areas of concession operation, it is important to know that Liberians, should Liberians have been occupying, top positions in these areas, these things could not have happened. Because we're very sure, I'm very confident as a journalist who have worked, in Liberia for years, that Liberians are humble people, they're respectful, and they're respected. And it's this matter is not just, it does not just show concern that China Union is not adhering to the MDA. And interestingly, our report has triggered the Margibi County administration to write an official communication to the China Union Concession Company, stating that in the MDA, Chapter 11.1, it indicates that 70% of top positions in the concession area should be occupied by Liberians. And they have discovered, from our report, I'm confident that they've discovered that the China Union Concession Company is not adhering to the MDA, the sign in 2009. And so, interestingly, this evening, just a few minutes after we drafted that report, the Margibi County administration did an official communication to the China Union Concession Company. I think they've submitted that communication already. They submitted the communication advising and reminding China Union of their continuous, disregard of the MDA. Some point in time, they failed to provide social development funds. That also triggers some calls from the representatives. Some point in time, they failed to appear before the legislature. That also triggers some concerns. There was some time that the plenary even decided to put them under contempt. But I think that was a little overslide. And like I said, this matter is not just about concern that focuses on the breach of protocol or the breach of procedure. This is bigger than the company. The mining concession are not ordinary business. It reflects on how our resources are being taken. And if you look at China Union now on the global market, China Union is worth $2.6 billion US dollars. 2.6 or 9 billion, 2.6 or 9. But from what I read just a few days ago, China Union stake on the market is about 2.6 billion. How can a company that makes 2.6 billion now in Liberia, or that is valued at 2.6 billion US dollars, treats Liberia or Liberians unfairly? China Union exports not less than 1 million, mineral or RO on a monthly basis, on a yearly basis or monthly basis. But yet they provide 20,000 US dollars as scholarship funds for a district that has over 20,000 residents. And if you look at the areas, the communities that are affected, Margibi carries the highest. 22 towns and villages are affected from this China Union concession area, the operations. And so if you're calculating the amount of people that lives in the 22 town and villages and calculate or divide 20,000 on each student in this area, I mean, Mr. Gayman, you know what we're talking about. And so, like I said, the investigation continues. Even though there's sometimes they resist us, they resist our entry into the construction site, but we're going to make sure we be in bond minds frequently as possible to gather facts concerning this matter. And we're also calling on the legislature to making sure they interfere in this as soon as possible. And the issue is, this issue is whether Liberia's legal framework, including principles consistent with the liberalization policy, is being respected in spirit and in letter. Because the liberalization policy calls for Liberians to be prioritized by foreign concession areas, foreign concession companies in top managerial position, in top executive positions, that of which is not being observed. And so that trigger our investigation, that trigger our eyes, and I'll send some videos in the chat room. I don't know, maybe Myean can screenplay these videos. While I was on my way to the construction site, I rode a back, me alone, did some videos along the road, and you could see how the living condition of the people in these areas that are affected are. How the people are even struggling for safe drinking water. How schools in this area are not even, they're not even up to date. What will it cost a company that worth 2.6 billion to renovate a school, to provide armchairs for schools going kids? I mean, Mr. Gayman, these implementation of mineral development agreements, law of Liberia, it's just the other way around. It's just somehow. And like the speaker said, our eyes are on the legislature. Once the review concludes within the period of 2 months, and there is no action taken to review or rectify or de-rectify the mineral agreement law of Liberia, I think Liberia should be heading in the same direction instead of heading in a different or positive direction. Because looking at China Union, a whole China Union, I mean, somehow, but like I said, tonight's question should center around, has China Union complied with the 70% senior management localization requirement? No. That's the simple answer. They've not. And if they have, they should provide documents that substantiate, our claims. So our investigation continues, and we're going to be in bone mines almost every time until we discover the real truth. And it is not just the occupation of Liberians in top positions. There are too many, inhuman deeds that are ongoing in the area, some of which are not even gone on camera. And trust me, we're going to be brave enough with the necessary support we have to making sure we go into these areas and provide the facts that the Liberian people need to know about.
Wow. That is Anthony Down, our legislative and investigative reporter in the Republic of Liberia. We have been talking about these things. We'll talk about this. This is huge, ladies and gentlemen. This is breaking news, and the young folks are working. But let me welcome St. Tomalin George. Welcome to the show, Chief.
Hey, Mr. Gayman, it's good to be on the show. Good to see you, Fanta. Good to see you, Anthony and Myean. This is a tough job, though. People don't know, it takes a lot to do what we do. So that's why I gave everybody who try their best to make it every day. Mr. Gayman, I salute you. I really salute you. I'm very, very happy. I'm thankful to God that you are here and you guys making your duty. This time in Liberia is after 10 o'clock. The young guys are up. They could be and having fun with their friends, but they're with us, and I appreciate them a lot. And I'm just thankful to God for them and to everyone, all our viewers, and from around the world. You won't know who watch you until you get out there. There are some people watching on YouTube. You don't see them. You don't see them in the comment section. Some people listen on radio. You don't see them. Some people watching on Facebook. Some people don't want to be seen. They don't want to be seen at all. And so, but it's good. Happy to be on the show tonight, man. It's good. It's good. Thank you.
Before I go to Fanta today, we kind of debut our new little sticker. It says, "What's on your mind?" And I see people in our comment section. They are coming on. Someone said, "What's on my mind?" He said, "We went from fire a few months ago. Now we're on land issue, land security issue." Another person say, "What's on my mind is the land issues in Liberia. Selling land, the government should take charge." So, Chief Tomalin George, what is on your mind, real quick, before I go to Fanta?
Well, Liberia is on my mind. Liberia is on my mind. The level of deception, corruption, and misuse of public office is just rampant. And this morning I was at work. I was in training, and I look on Facebook. I saw a post written by the former finance minister. He attacked the vice president. He attacked him. He called him out. He said that he working with Stanton to destroy him. And these are two people that I know well. So I contacted them right away. I sent it. Immediately I got a call from the VP. And I said, "What's going on, man? You and Twe, you guys are cool. You guys," he said, "No." But then he said what he had to say, but then I was like, wow. So after that, I talked to Twe. Twe said, "I stand by everything I said. Everything you see me, I posted there, I stand by it. And I got evidence of what I said." I said, wow. And so, and I said to bring it up to say that the politics in the country, and I told the vice president, I said, the politics is going to get toxic. For now, 2023, it wasn't that tough, but coming to 2029, it will be worse. Mr. Gayman, mark my word, it will get worse. Look, it will get worse to the extent where that's why a top media person told me today, "Tomalin, you guys should do everything possible to keep your platform. It will be tough. People will undermine but keep your platform going. Your platform will be needed in the coming months. In the coming years, your platform will be needed. You guys already have the name recognition. You guys are already out there. People know about you guys, but y'all keep it going.
And it will come a point where you guys will realize that, yes, people, and don't mind, they class you loaded all this stuff, don't mind it. You cannot run a propaganda on your own stuff. You need other platforms to help you, other media outlets to help you. Because people that you saw last night, I'm sorry to say, your man was giving his speech, but not many people was giving him. People said, no, this it's a complete joke. We're not going to watch this thing going on. It's a clown show. Watch it tonight. Because I think for my first time I see they gave recognition to people more than this real bread and butter issue in America. And everybody, see that person up there? Yeah, but look, you had nothing to do with it. The man, hurry, yo, I mean, to somebody die. You get a man medal of freedom. So he had nothing to say last day. So he kept on there bringing all that thing up. But that's what will happen to the government at the end of the day. You cannot isolate the media. Okay, like what Anthony is explaining. The young guys go through a lot, Mr. Gayman. Literally, they got to pay for where they live. They got to pay their rent. They got to buy food. They take care of themselves. They got to wear clothes. When they're sick, they got to find a way to go to the hospital. But they try their best because they love, they have a passion for the journalism field. So they go out there every day. But when they're going out there, it's not an easy thing. People trying to just disrespect them. Because they're not wearing coat suit. They're wearing the purple suit. But they try to push them. But so, and they're trying their best to give us the news. Okay? And all the people having a PR, it won't help them another day. Now 2027, 2028, they will need the other media to help them. So and it is true. I was at an Agile program in Delaware last year. The current minister was the guest speaker. He admitted that the government owed media institutions thousands of dollars. They owe them. And he said, we're going to start paying the people money. When the people cover you, they do it for free, but you got to pay them. So Myean, somebody told me today, say, well, what do you need to do now? You get your voucher. Get vouchers. When you cover a program, you submit the voucher to the program you cover, the people who organize the program. If they don't pay, you boycott them. You don't get them coverage. You got to pay for it. You have a voucher for the people. That's what people do.
That's why we have a meeting a few minutes ago with the reporters. That's what we're trying to do.
So Mr. Gayman, what my mind is that Liberia is just like this. It's not easy. The Justice Ministry, the Independent Council, we did an audit. After the audit of the GAC on the Senate, the $426 million was missing. They brought it out. Justice Minister squashed it. We withdrew the subpoena of the document of the files, and then he think people would just let him go impunitive. No, and the country is completely going to the corrupt part that we confused now.
Let me welcome Madam Fanta. Listen, I found 2 hats, and I got to try it tomorrow to make sure, because the last time I went to Liberia, I brought my purple suit and I wore it here, and on Spring Yard, I look like a complete Firestone brick wall. They couldn't see anything. So I got to make sure my hat looks right, so I'll bring it. But yours is good. Welcome to the show, and what's on your mind before you get going?
Yes, hello, everyone. I think Tomalin just set the premise, and I really want to congratulate the work that Anthony and Myean and the entire team are doing, because it truly takes a lot, and most importantly in this day and age, it takes guts. It takes guts when everyone is so willing to be compromised. It takes the select few who are still courageous to do the right thing, to expose injustices and continue to expose exploitations. And Liberia is on my mind. Liberia has always been on my mind. I'm at a point right now where everything as it relates to Liberia, or as I engage with Liberia, is Liberia first. And I think we all ought to really give that a hard thought. If we're truly serious about the level of transformation that we anticipate, we have to make a commitment to Liberia first. Liberia first, Liberia always, Liberia now, Liberia tomorrow. And we really have to make that sink in. We almost have to adopt this as an anthem. You know, the new anthem is Liberia first, and holding the people we have empowered accountable. To have a complete disregard of the law of a land and expect any type of normal functioning to happen in a society is a ruse, right? Is a charade, as I always say, because you're saying to the majority of the people that you people are the one, so the majority are the one who are subjected to the law, and everyone else is above it. They enjoy this endless impunity. And so we have to recalibrate. We have to recalibrate. We have to restructure mentally, psychologically to commit ourselves fully to Liberia first. Let Liberia first be the ideology that propels us into transforming Liberia come around 2029. So that's my commitment.
Excellent. That is what's on her mind. Let me work on Sarah Dopoh, the queen of the show from the Southeast. We are talking about River G, the queen from River G, but she got a part in Cape Mount. She speaks more VA than most of the VA people. Welcome, Sarah.
Thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you to the team. Thank you to the followers. I've been listening to you guys from the back. I think the discussion is going to be great today. And also hearing from our brother there about the discovery he had. It is very, sad and disheartening for the Liberian people. But at the end of the day, we all have to put together and, add our voices to the many voices that are in the wilderness, that our people are not rescued yet, not by this government. So thank you, and I'm listening.
Well, there are a few things we said we were going to be talking about all week long. One for real is this: the media faces financial collapse as advertising drought threatens independent journalism in Liberia, and it is on purpose. We've been running this story all week long. And it is by design that every ministry has an intelligence section where they put so much money. Some of that money is being used to buy journalists, open their own centers. When you look at the Ministry of Information, has its own intelligence section. $400,000 for media intelligence.
Wow.
$400,000, almost $500,000 for the Ministry of Information to have media intelligence. What is it they're doing? Honorable Tomalin, talk to me a little bit about this media intelligence. $400,000. Are they spying on you guys? Are they undermining you? Are they trying to break down the different media center? $400,000 for media intelligence. This is scary.
Well, my understanding about that is that they use it to it's like how to call it. I know somebody explained to me about that media intelligence. The money they use to they use it to journalists, to other media institutions all over the place, that not to almost like to promote the government. Yes, they use it to help to promote the government in all kinds of ways. But the media, that money is not going to these independent media. You know that. I know that that money is not going to them because they're not going to the media. Certain people that will promote. Like we see a media that's not pro-government, that should be independent, but writing, like there's a guy right now. I'm sorry to say, this guy, I think he makes his money on on this kind of stuff. Because I remember during the Weah administration, I saw him a lot of Minister around Tour and McGill. This guy called, he got a paper.
Philip Brown.
Now I see he writing from where I sit. That's what he writes every day.
Yes.
And he try to be like he independent, like that kind of a way, but he trying to link to the government now because the government did it in power now. The kind of person they give money, that kind of money to and you see writing a public when the public is giving their own perspective on issue, they use them to give certain people money. It's okay. For example, Gayman, if you face of TCA, they reach out to you and say you put it on your agenda. Yeah, try to get it, make sure the government look good. Try to say what we're looking at, what the government is doing is positive. And then you come and you making the government look good. That was all about. They just use the word intelligent, but that's what all about. To have these media, the private media, talking positive about the government. That's what it's all about.
So can we call it what it is? It's a propaganda budget.
Yes. Okay, that's the word. Propaganda.
That's what it is.
It's propaganda.
Because the young man that was assistant minister at the Ministry of Information, Mr. Nyenwolo, you remember when he resigned from the position? He said they have organized I guess it was the government brigade or defense brigade, and their job was to use this money. They hire a group of young men and women, and their job is to give them scratch cards, they give them a few dollars, and they sit there all day and post on everything that has to do with the government. They follow TCA. Whatever we say, they will debunk it. They will say derogatory things about TCA. They will go to all the other media that are critical of the government and denigrate and degrade and do whatever. They destroy everybody. That's their job. That's what this money is for.
And they got them in the rural area too, in the counties, counties as well.
That's why they call it media intelligence, which is to infiltrate, debunk, and lie and supplant the truth.
So technically, Mr. Gayman, these guys are not really interested in doing what is needed for the Liberian people. They are interested in holding on to power because that's what it's pretty much about.
Of course. Let me welcome Dr. Peabody. Dr. Peabody, welcome. We are today is the debut of our new segment we call What's on Your Mind. Before we go into anything, tell us briefly, just before you forget, because I know something was on your mind, and then we were talking too much and you forgot. Before you forget, let us know what's on your mind.
Well, good to see everybody.
I love the way you describe it.
Yeah.
Sarah, it's good to see you and Fanta, Tomalin, George, Myean, Mr. Gayman. Good to see everybody. What is on my mind now? You got me thinking deep now. What is because it's hard to think about Liberia right now. It's just hard. There's just so many things to think about Liberia that doesn't work. But what is on my mind is the Coach Willie. Judge Willie. Judge Willie, how inconsistent he is on his bench. He's very inconsistent, and his rule is driven by the executive. That's what I've been thinking on this morning, how much the executive melt into his ruling. Everything the executive says is what he goes by. So that's what I've been on my mind.
Excellent. The judge, the courts in Liberia, it is. I don't know what to say because they have all the tools in their box. If they wanted to nail Fanta, they will find a law in there that will say we will nail her, and they call it the law is the law.
Let them try it. Let them try it.
Yes, but then when it's time for them to apply the law for the people, then they say, if I had known that somebody was putting $20 million or $10 million to build a presidential palace in Fue, have I only known, I would have stopped it. But what are you doing now to stop it? Now you know.
Yeah, I know.
So these are the things we are talking about. These people have no credibility when it comes to this. And you sit there and you say Liberia is a nation on paper. You go into some of these directors' office and you will see the huge binders, policy and procedure, glossly written by some consultant from abroad. And when you go there, give it a man. But these people really got it together. Everything is covered in the procedure. But do they follow it? When you look at the procedure, you look at the manual, it's dusted. They have not opened it for 10 years.
Yeah.
They're running their agency by heart. Let me welcome Joseph Selly. You upside down, but it's all right. You know.
Sorry, I tried to fix my camera. Yeah.
You upside. You all right? You fix it.
Yeah.
But let me go to Fanda. Fanda, we were talking about this thing. Something really happening in Phoebe at the Phoebe Medical Center where. The folks just got tired with the politics in our medicine, and it brought the media in. And when you see the delivery room, when you see where these women are having these babies, and then when you look at the news about infant mortality and how many babies die per every 100,000 babies that are born, you know, it reminds me of this old song in the 80s and the early 90s. Life is like a jungle sometimes. I wonder how to keep from going under. And you sit there and you say, how do these children survive in this kind of environment? It's a wonder that some of them make it out of, or that some of us made it out of there.
Yeah, when you have a nation who deprioritizes what should be priority, the sustainability of their nation, because they love to talk about the future. They love to talk about the future society and the youth being future leaders. When you're killing the youth, right? Whether it's with drugs or you're not giving mothers proper maternal care to birth the next generation. It's evil. It's a level of evilness that I think for a modern era we would never expect, right? You would think it's 2026. Once again, our health system should be much more improved than what it was, say, 2-3 decades ago. But it's as if nothing has changed since the war. Liberia is still operating in a psychosis. And we have to ask, we have to, and that's why I want to really push us. I'm not pushing for war, but I think we need a revolution. When you cannot do the basic, when you cannot care for the basic necessity of the country which you govern, of the country which you claim to be leading, you should not be a leader. And the people should revolt. There should be a revolution. When you appoint the Minister of Health, I believe the previous administration was a female, was Dr. Jala. This Minister of Health, like, we have no idea what they're doing. Why are you Minister of Health? Where is the operation? Like, where is the health plan for the country? How has it been operationalized? You have women in the rural areas trying to access maternal centers, and they can't even make it there. They die on the way there. They die on the way to give birth to the nation's next generation. Should we expect that a few years from now, our population is actually decreasing, then increasing, as the rest of the world or the rest of Africa is. I don't want us to continue to talk about this. I want us to charter the path to revolution. I want us to charter the path to disruptiveness. How do we disrupt this menace? Because it's not a functioning body. The level of dysfunction that we are seeing when there is no care for the life that is being birthed today. If you can show no care for that, why should we trust you to govern us? So I'm calling for a revolution, Mr. Gayman. And I think all of you should join me. The Liberian people should join me in revolutionizing Liberia. It's 2026. Like, women are still giving birth over a toilet. Over a toilet. They're giving birth on the street because the JFK is apparently too expensive. Redemption is too expensive. Why are we continuing to talk about this and not drag these people here and make them answerable to the public? Why?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Fix Electronic 4769 say, yes, it's like a jungle sometimes. It makes me wonder how to keep from going under. Grandmaster Flash and the Furious Five. So you see, when we talk about the closing argument, we are on top of the show here. We are not only here talking stuff, we providing facts. But my sister, Sarah, you are into the health field. It says here something that is troubling. The recent wave of protests at Phoebe Hospital in Bond County appears to be temporarily over, following a tense demonstration on Tuesday, February 24th, and the direct intervention of the Minister of Health, Louise Poto. After days of uncertainty marked by go-slow action and rising tension among staff, aggrieved workers agreed to abandon that strike and return to normal duties in what they describe as a show of respect for the minister and confidence in her promise to review their concerns. Despite the apparent calm of the hospital compound, significant issues remain unresolved.
Right.
Particularly the suspension of 7 healthcare workers by the Civil Service Agency, CSA, and the pending decision regarding the transfer of 3 senior administrators for standing up for their workers. On Tuesday, Minister Poto held a direct dialogue with the aggrieved workers, during which she acknowledged that the employee 12-count resolution contained legitimate concerns that deserve attention. Addressing one of the central demands, which she called transfer of medical director, human resource management, and hospital administrator, the minister assured workers that the Ministry of Health will take decision within 1 week. The Ministry of Health does not dismiss people, it only transfers people. The minister told the gathering in a firm, measured tone, and she urged staff to remain calm. According to the ministry, the decision followed on Monday meeting convened by CLA Director General Josiah Jokai, who expressed disappointment in the protests, action taken by the workers, most of whom are civil servants employed by the government. It described the protest as a violation of civil servant standing order and capitalized on the action of behavior unbecoming of civil servant. Hence, he suspended them without pay, and some put under investigation. This is, you are a healthcare worker, where you are. I seen a couple of years ago, the health nurses went on strike nationwide in this country. Until their demands were met.
Thank you.
This man is suspending people. He said, by protesting, which is covered under the First Amendment, that their behavior is unbecoming of a civil servant. Can you imagine? This is the report. Sarah, you give us some clarity on this. This is this.
Mr. Gayman, this guy, these people, all of these things they are doing to our people, we need to catalog them and send it to the U.S. Department, the State Department of Human Rights. This is a gross human rights violation. This young man, the Jokai man, was living in America before, if my knowledge can serve me right. I stand to be corrected on that. And I know, not one day Not one day he ever decided or anyone decided to protest and somebody deprived him of his right or even suspended him. Nobody did that to him. This is the playbook of the United Party government. That is the reason why a lot of our people over there are going through tough times, even those that are working on payroll. But they can't say anything because of this kind of attitude. Because of this kind of attitude. When you say something, they suspend you. Martha Morris, or whatever her name is, grabbed nurses in our country during the Weah administration. They protested. They protested. Did anybody suspend her or any one of them? It never happened. This is a gross human rights violation, and these things need to be cataloged and sent to partners, our partners around the world, so they can see the kind of inhumane attitude these people are doing to our people. And these are people that call themselves educated people. Everybody else don't know anything. They know it all. But they sit there and mistreat our people and violate their rights. Who does that? Who does that in this 21st century? To stand up for your right and somebody turn around and suspend you because you're speaking up. And look at the dilapidated condition of that Phoebe hospital. Look at the condition. And they're taking money to put it 400,000 to put it in intelligence media, when that money can be used to pay people, give them better salary, give them better healthcare conditions. This is the playbook of United Party, and this is the reason why they will do everything possible to hold on to power. They are very incompetent. They are not able to do anything for the Liberian people. The only thing they are capable of doing is to suppress our people and hold on to power. But they will be shocked because the people will give them a run for their money. Thank you, Mr. Gayman.
Dr. Peabody, usually when folks are aggrieved, as long as you protest peacefully,
ridiculous.
Nobody should be able to tell you that because you are protesting, you have broken no law, you have not been violent, you have not destroyed property, you have done nothing. Nobody can look at you and tell you that you are suspended without pay for 6 months or 3 months because you express your feelings based on facts. These people provided all, and the health minister agreed with them that they have a legitimate complaint that needs to be addressed, and yet they have been suspended for months without pay. He said without pay because their behavior is unbecoming of a good citizen. Basically, I guess that's what it is. Your take on the issue?
That an employment expert that Liberia has, and he went back home. I know he went back home to assume that responsibility of the Liberia Civil Service Agency and stuff like that. So he's suspending them for the fact that, and that's why we talk about the disgrace that Liberia continue to go through. Those people literally work on a very difficult condition, very hazardous condition. I mean, I had the opportunity a few years ago to go to JFK, where I presented a lot of medications and different stuff. And found out that JFK people were literally washing patient a blanket with their hands. They were washing those things with their hand because the machine there, the washing machine, was no longer functioning. And a lot of stuff those nurses and others have to go through. They are highly paid. They make nothing. And if those people are putting strike for better living and condition at the work site and things like that, and you call yourself civil service director, you coming there and suspending the pool up pay, I think that is abuse of their rights, and that something needs to be done. You don't fire people like that. What the labor law in Liberia, you don't just go ahead and fire people because you say they were on strike and they were doing this, so you fire them. Those people are some of the most unpaid people in that country, our health worker, and we wonder why we don't have good health facility in that country, because you got workers who are unpaid. Nobody want to come up there and do it, So the whole thing is just a joke, especially when the Minister of Health said they have a legitimate reason and all of that. I mean, do you know how many times they probably have talked to these people? They have set up the different committee to go and talk to them. How many times they have meetings, they decided to meet with them, and they were downplayed and decided to go on the street and strike. And you're going to suspend people? Like, really, just a joke. Continue to be a joke. You know, and you know, when I think of those things, you know, I just laugh because if those people go to court now, the court will side with the executive. You know, so we don't even have fitting laws to protect our people, the labor laws and things like that. We have it, but we don't even put nothing into practice, and that's why we see our people continue suffering and you know stuff like that. Health workers, sometimes they are not paid for months, and you expect them to provide quality service in the hospital. Where in the world that happened? Maybe only in Liberia. You see, if you didn't pay me for 6 months, some of this world live far away. They have to get in car, pay their way to come to work and stuff like that. You know, and that's, the whole thing is a joke. It's a given. Liberia, this government of Joseph Boakai, who ran on the mantra of ensuring that Liberia will not be stranger. Liberia, I mean, what we're seeing here is a replay of previous government. I mean, UP government when Ellen was president. The whole thing is just a replay. The whole thing is a joke until we get serious about governance. Liberia will remain a joke. Look at the University of Liberia today. They graduated. I don't know how many students. Half of the students are not going to get jobs.
No.
Their parents with credit money paid their school fee. They're charging them very high school fees. I mean, graduation fee in Liberia. People be paying almost $300-$500 just as graduation fee. Most of the children are going to graduate, no job, and it will be right around begging and asking people for help in the street. You know, look at the building at the University of Liberia. That building been there from 19 as Liberia men would say. That building have not even been repaired. You see what's already providing real education in that country, you know, stuff like that. So we don't care. And our people continue to suffer. They continue to make wrong decisions, electing people who will not even be a benefit, who help them. So that's what we're going through there. I think it's wrong. And that's a Josiah Joker guy who hired his own brother. I think his brother, somebody to work with in that area.
And his wife.
His wife as well. You know, so that's a family business.
It's the playbook that has been applied, and so they're just copying exactly what they're seeing. When Ellen sends her son as head of central bank, and the other one for National Oil, what do you expect, right? This is supposed to be like the person that was hailed as the best international global candidate, glass ceiling breaking, and so I keep referencing that because it truly just it's a trend, right? If you see someone who the international community really propelled to the position or the level that they propelled her to, and the support that they provided, overwhelming support, and the output of that was disastrous, what do you expect we had to do? I mean, he was elected based on popularity. So it wasn't as if to say he had any previous governing experience. And then you have this person who's been a politician for 40 years. And then now you're seeing this. So I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Peabody. And I think that the health unions, this is why sometimes like unions are so important, because you affect one, you affect all. And the union speaks with one voice. Where are the unions? Is there any?
They are all intimidated. They can't speak. They can't.
So where do we go from here, Mr.
They will go after them. Trust me. They will go after everyone.
They will give them money. The union leader will get money. They will do nothing. You know, but you got a man who hired his wife, his brother. Now he's the one telling you he's suspending you. What is that? You know, so that's a trend. Like LaFontaine said, they took it from Ellen Selly time, and they're going by it. It's that time.
Then you hear the imam who was saying he's on the board and he's getting money regularly. These are people who are loudmouth doing the weird government, criticizing everything. The Muslim what are the name, religious groups, but you can't hear any one of them say anything anymore because they are all being paid.
Yeah, it's so sad that our religious communities have been compromised. Our religious leaders have been compromised.
I agree with
Muslims,
that.
Christians,
Where
are they?
That's true. They have become regime pastors. Every regime got the pastors.
Their guy was bored. He said, "Oh yes, I take pay. I take pay. I get money regularly."
But we had this discussion here when
Getting money regularly is not a thing, but you
when
lost your voice.
when my friend and brother Dr. Reeves, who's supposed to be the president of the Baptist Convention and leader of the Christian Alliance and all that, he got 2 positions. 2. He got appointed 2 positions, actually 3.
But then you know he's not going to say anything.
And then my other friend, listen, man, I know people in high places. My other friend, Ima Cry.
Maybe you need to be having a conversation with these people. Like, pull them into a room and
I got friends in high corrupt places. My other friend, Ima Cry.
Ima Cry, they were interviewing that day, Mr. Gayman.
Yeah, Ima Cry said, yes. They appointed me to a board, and they appointed me to. He said, but he says I've been underpaid because at my mosque, I'm an imam. I get paid more money. So by me accepting job in the government is duty to country, and I'm taking a pay cut. Can you imagine these guys? let me work on James. Sally, welcome to the show.
Yeah, let me say thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you so much. Good to be here.
Great. You are just coming, so our new segment is What on Your Mind. Immediately before we go into other topics, what is on your mind?
I have a few things ranging from some of the real hypocritical stand from present government officials. A few years back, some of them were in opposition. They criticized some of these things that the former president did. So yesterday at the ministry regular press briefing, and I asked the current deputy minister for president, Mr. Daniel Sando, a question ranging from, because he tried to criticize. There are a lot of people making some analysis on this issue of this yellow machine. And yesterday at the press conference, he was like coming down hard on opposition, telling them to see country first, telling them to see country first, telling them not to see the yellow machine as a party-based project. And my question to him here was, yesterday you were in opposition, and today you sit as Deputy Minister for Press and Public Affairs. A few years back, when former President George Weah broke ground on the Embry Hospital, the 14 Military Hospital, the Bali Island, which we have few clips in our possession, and most of these things were criticized. And there are a lot of people, who were in a ruling and now in opposition, trying to criticize some of your projects, trying to critique you, and you now see them to be on the other side. And there are a lot of people, like yesterday, we had an interview, with few people, and some of them stated their real disappointment with the government, because you cannot criticize what President Weah did. President Weah was carrying on some of these projects, and you try to criticize, and now you have opposition talking, and you want to be in a position where they should not, have a say. So, that's very, very, it was so alarming yesterday at the press conference, and we went back to back on it. And even though he tried to defend, but, because we all know that he worked as a deputy minister for press and public affairs.
Wow. Well, that's what's happening in our country. But let me go to Tomalin. Something happening on the floor here. The House is about to summon the president of the University of Liberia for these exorbitant fees that they are charging these folks to graduate to. You have spent somebody can spend 10 years to get a degree because they're protesting every day, so they don't go to school. So finally, when you get your degree, that is telling you can't walk until you pay like $350, sometimes up to $500. US is killing the people. So people don't know what is going on here. How is this possible?
Mr. Gayman, I live. I mean, when I was growing up back in the day during the Samuel Doe regime, when it says university student Linsu, I respected those guys. They didn't imagine they challenged a military a government. The government are being run by decree. There were no the Constitution of Liberia was suspended. Your right to assemble was curtailed. But today you have democracy, and the students just make noise when they're ready to make noise. They know what to make noise about. Look, if the students were really up to the task, when that budget, the national budget comes up, they were going to demand that portion of that budget be appropriated for the university, so that, I mean, the state-run university shouldn't be charging exorbitant fees. It should be basically free with little fees being paid. But to charge the students, the students that graduate today, I think some of them were paying almost $400 to $500 just for graduation before they were allowed to graduate today. Okay, and you think that that's not enough. Why should the state-run university be charging such an exorbitant fees when it should be subsidized? I mean, even if it's 90%. But again, the students don't know what to advocate for. They don't know what to sing that battle cry for. That's why today, whenever I see the students say the advocating, the protesting, I think about the late Mamadou Lavlas and Wo Tapia, the other lady Lucia Masale, and Torgbean, and Larry Topa, all these guys, and the guy in South Africa there, the guys stood up to Doe, they challenged Doe in the face of military dictatorial tendency that was on. But today the students there, they make noise all day. They have these big words, and we Tabaraza. Yeah, they say all kinds of stuff. Amanda, all this stuff.
Tabula Raza.
All they do, but you making noise for nothing. And mind you, by the time they're making noise, one of that senior company will call Jackson and say, look, you're gonna meet the Suzo play. They be in there, they get them drinks. They say, look, you're trying to chill. We'll take care of y'all. And the next day, you no more. You know, if the student was serious, they would really protest for their own interest. I mean, for their own well-being. Look at the national budget. Look, it's so sad. But all I can say, look, we encourage our friends in the media to not give up, to continue to do their best, and there will be a day. The day of reckoning will come for them. That day will come soon. You know, you see what even those that having the public, the free media, they're having to run their business for them. It won't last. The Liberian people, once you educate people about what's happening in the country, the people's minds will change. You see the work of the media. You see what they're doing in America. You asked people here last night about Trump. People talking about Trump's speech. They say Trump gave different prices. He said eggs, bread, beef, all the things, the prices down. When they did a fact check today, all was complete flop. So if the media can just face the reality and bring and call out the government and the officials, they will do well. Because honestly, let me tell you something. One interesting thing today, right, Mr. Gayman? You know what the vice president told me today? The VP? He said, Judgy, you know, I told you 2023 we're gonna be y'all. And I said, then he said, I tell you again, we'll win the first round, 2029. I said, what? What happened in the country? He said, watch it. So why get this thing there? Then opposition too, I think, but what opposition doing too? And the media gotta be more aggressive. Gotta be more aggressive. But again, the media, they are struggling. They're struggling, not easy.
They are all compromised, including like the opposition.
Yeah, because you know why, and Fanta, it's not an easy thing. The guys go through a lot to even get the competition to go out there to get the news. It's not easy. Some of them walk. Some of them they take bus. I mean, I see what they go through every day.
Yeah, it's not just even like the media. Like I think like those who, and that's what I mentioned earlier, right? There is a select few who have the utmost integrity or maintains the utmost integrity, and they truly care about Liberia and truly care about getting the word out and educating the public. Now there are some who just cosplay as journalists, as you have leaders who cosplay as leaders. The opposition is a complete disgrace. The opposition right now, and I want us to be very unequivocal about this, because if we're truly serious about changing, we have to shift the narrative. We have to change how we have these conversations. We have to be much more direct and stop being diplomatically correct or politically correct, because it has not worked. It's not going to save us. That whole be democratic about things or diplomatic about things, it's a propaganda, it's a marketing tool, it's a PR mechanism that we have to get away from. We have to be truthful with each other, to look each other in the face and speak the truth and say, my man, like, if you want to really run, grow a spine, grow some balls. Like, where is your integrity? Where do you stand morally? You don't have it, because you're going to come to the media and you're going to say one thing, and then you're going to go behind closed doors and make backroom deals with the devil. You know, for the VP to be so to be so confident, to say such, he knows that he's meeting with these people. Tomalin, let's be for real. They're meeting with the UP in the back, and they're coming to the people and telling them something else. They're all liars. That's the truth. Can we speak the truth? If we really want to change things, we ought to start speaking the truth. Nobody in the opposition right now is truthful. They're all compromised and they're all liars. They're not against UP. If UP was to call them to the table, offer them the first lucrative deal, they would take it. They would sell the people out. And that's why we have to wake the people up. Don't support these people. They don't care about your interest. They care about what goes in their bank account. They care about having leverage. That's what they care about. They don't care about your child not being in school. They don't care about your parents having to go credit that $350 to go pay for your graduation fee. They don't care about that. They don't care about your children being raped. They don't care about your boys being sodomized. They don't care about you not having a decent health facility. They don't care about that. They care about their children going to America. And why your children can't even go to Jimmy Jolokon. That's what we need to change the narrative.
Well, ladies
and gentlemen, can I say something?
Come on, please.
So, I mean, I don't know why the legislature is calling the university president, citing her. I don't know why. They should know why. They should know why those fees are expensive like that. They see the budget. They put stuff in the budget. Okay, they put stuff in the budget for the university, and they know all the $1.2 billion that they were bragging about, passing around bragging about. Okay, all of the president budget increased by a couple of millions. The speaker budget increased by a couple of millions. The protein budget increased by a couple of millions. Then they got all these different intelligence fees. So how can he come? How can they be brave to cite the university president for stuff like that? The university has to run. And if the money they put in the budget is not enough for the university, number one, number two, they're not even getting it. They have to charge these kids fees in order to run the university. So they should be able to know. They know why the president is citing or calling on those fees. So they shouldn't be pretending here, acting that they're working. They're not doing anything. And there's nothing in the interest of the students. It's all a charade.
But Sarah, yes, they are the kids, the children at the University of Liberia. All right. I mean, it is true that when people graduate, they need to pay for the gown and cap. But why are you charging them $350 US?
That's just the base. Then they add other things on.
They add other things to it. Some of these kids don't even work. They depend on their parents. Some of the parents not even working. The parents may have to do some of the convenient market and things like that.
I understand, Dr. Peabody. I understand your point. But my point is, if they were not wasting, if they're not wasting money, they're supposed to put all of these fees, all of their money into these universities.
I agree.
They got their budget going to 1.2 billion, and all of them not increase the budget.
Every one of them that
Thank you.
has to do with the budget.
And then they're pretending as if to say they're calling that lady to come ask her a question. It's a charade to me. It's a charade.
But why are they even calling the lady to ask her a question? Those people are a disgrace. They don't care. I mean, a lot of them went to the University of Liberia. What are they doing?
Who went to the university?
I said a lot of them in that house, the Senate or minister, they were all at the University of Liberia. Now they forget. I mean, the other day the woman had to go to the National Port Authority to raise $1 million just to help do some renovation on the campus.
Can I ask a question?
You go to the University of Liberia campus.
And then they're calling her the psycho.
It's one of the worst.
They need to psych themselves.
It's like an old, dirty high school somewhere, not even in our ghetto here in America. That's how the University of Liberia campus look. And people sit and pass by it every day. Looks in Turnberg, walk on the, and you can't even try to fix that university for our kids. The children, I mean, they're giving children homework sometimes on WhatsApp. Kids at the university.
If they don't pay the fees, if they don't pay the fees, what are the consequences?
You can't grade.
Do they not receive their diploma?
No, you're not grading. You can't even the University of Liberia. Every student at that university, every incoming freshman should even go home with a laptop at that University of Liberia. I mean, you don't have more than 5 million children. You can buy a laptop. Every student
the people are so greedy. They don't have the interest of the people at heart, but they come and pretend to the students. Pretense.
If I were the students, I would just say, you know what? I'm not gonna pay the fees. I know I have completed my courses. If I go to get a job, I don't need my transcript to get a job.
I get a job first.
Yeah.
They will probably seize the certificate and other things until they can pay that money.
I'm not gonna pay. I don't need a transcript. I'm not gonna pay.
Let me decide check out making noise around here. Now you got a tax. You got thousands of children guided today. Try to find job placement for them. When we had the civil servant ever gone to the very university campus and say we're having a job festival and things like that?
You're right. Yeah, exactly.
Never. Joseph, here we are. I'm looking at the intelligence in here. It's $18 million.
Yes.
$18 million that they have taken. Yeah, the intelligence, the total amount for intelligence is $18 million.
The people joking with power.
$18 million. And we are charging the young folks $350, right? Just imagine some of the parents whose parents are working in the government that make $100 a month. According to Martin Colley, after they take out taxes, they're bringing home $79 a month.
Mm-hmm.
And you are charging them $350 plus almost $500 when it's done. That is half a year to those who are working. That's half a year's salary. Yes.
I'm sorry, this morning I listened to Kevin Delmy, right? Interviewing George Lobo.
Mm-hmm.
Lobo was saying that he did a nationwide tour, and he was talking about teachers' pay, and making one after tax $181 a month. I said, wow. And it's something to come and talk about.
Oh, the man said the president of the country that they facing there.
But too many. How many teachers they have?
And so Kevin said, the education minister, she eloquent. Oh yeah, I see that, but that's not it. What is she doing? And he said, well, she just met all the district education officers and told them to submit the request for school and need renovation and so forth. Look at education budget. You would think that every student, that Peabody said, the church should have a well-equipped science lab. Bringing the schools out is one thing, but equipping the schools with everything that is in need. Like in America, yeah, on Monday, our children not going to school. In fact, what the people did, if you're a parent, they call your phone, they get almost that kind of call. Your children will be having virtual. All the children got laptop. So when it's snow heavy, they say don't come to school today. Just turn your laptop on and you online. The teacher will be home and teach you from home. I mean, it's easy. We got Starlink in Liberia now. Starlink in Liberia. So you should have all the things should be available. It's in the money, in the budget. But because the problem, the late Vice President Warner said, the problem with us is we are our own problem. Because if the student was serious, you would demand that the government put the resources towards the well-being. But they're not doing that. All they do, go on Facebook.
They will fight those children. They will shoot them with guns. They will kill them. You don't know the people you're dealing with? They will kill them.
Gayman just said something. That $18 million according to intelligence, all the money they put there to steal.
Yes.
All the money they put there to steal. It's not going to no intelligence. All of that comes
no. It's for the campaign. It's for the campaign.
Joseph Sally, Joseph, you are on the ground.
Yes.
You are in direct contact with the people.
Yes. So the issue of university graduation fees, it goes beyond not only at the University of Liberia. Even myself, when I was graduating from AMU, I paid some amount of even $450. Imagine that. And yes, government have not been able to address some of these things. And yes, like Dr. Peabody said, just last month we saw the president for the University of Liberia going to the National Port Authority. And you have the sitting speaker who taught at that university before, and he's still teaching. The sitting speaker, Reggie Kuhn. So calling the president, for me, I just see it as real formality, because the entire legislature, they have the power. Year in year, the entire University of Liberia budget continued to increase. Before this president, the former president, he was asked in an interview, what do you think, or what is the estimated amount that you think that the University of Liberia needs that can meet up to other universities out there? And he said between close to 90 to 100 million. He said close between 90 to 100 million. And we have a new university president. Yes, there are lots still need to be done. Like other people said, when you just take a walk at the University of Liberia, sometimes these students, they get genuine plight. They will go on protest, but yet you have two veterans then that work in government. Most of the veterans work in government. So as soon they go on a rampage to do a little bit of protest, you'll see one veteran taking telephone and calling the chairman, calling the secretary general. Oh man, you guys have to slow down. But the fees is very, very exorbitant. It's not only the University of Liberia alone. All other private universities that are around is still the same.
So who's that veteran, Joseph?
Oh, the plenty.
No, what I'm saying, if we have,
let's call their names. That's the Joseph.
But again, right? You have so many Sioux veterans around. So many.
Let's start naming them today. Tomorrow we'll finish it.
Find out. We know. I can name some of them.
Thank you.
Anthony Kessley is a veteran.
Thank you.
Is a veteran.
That's
Alara talk about. I was making all the Northeast of it. They're all over the place.
That's great. The only thing you call Mr. Gayman arresting the need down. Please arrest the need down. Continue.
The current information minister, Mr. Pia, is a veteran. He served as former chair. Yeah, so
National Security Advisor.
National Security Advisor, shame on you. What it mean? What it mean?
National Security Advisor, that's what a man named that
shame on you.
Samuel Kofi Wood.
Kofi Wood, shame on you. Shame on you. You did travel.
I mean,
veteran.
The president of the Republic of Liberia. He's
shame on you. Just tell you my brother. Shame on you.
The speaker is a veteran.
Shame on you. Come on, shame on you.
The speaker is a veteran.
And he's still teaching that, taking salary. Can you imagine that?
Imagine
Jesus, that level of greediness.
Lord have mercy.
Listen, guys. My niece is at Star University. She called me. She wanted to do driving. So I said, well, don't let anybody teach you how to drive. Go to a driving school. She sent me the stuff. We pay. I think it was $350, something like that. We pay for the driving. And then 2 months ago, the school sent me graduation notice. I said, what?
Want me to give me a winner?
Guys, they were driving school.
Yeah, $125 for graduation. I said, what?
They fool the children so much in that country.
That you are the problem. You are to blame here because if your niece wanted to drive, you just pay $10, you go on single barrel. You know how to drive in one day time.
And someone always say, you know what, we want to do it the right way. But I said, you want to tell me all the money I pay? They send me the long list.
But you should have given it to the camera.
Yeah, listen, the one say to graduate, if she want to walk with the class, is $125. If she doesn't want to walk, but she want her diploma, it's $90. I mean, they just went down the road, and I said, you kidding me?
So BM. That's
so. Education has become the new robbery. It's an armed robbery in Liberia. It's a pen robbery now. That the child kindergarten graduation, first grade graduation, 5th grade graduation. Amen. But Chief, let's talk about. I know Dylan. I've been on Dylan all year long. Dylan is doing something that I like. This time around, Dylan moved to restructure LPRC and exclusive petroleum control and establish the clean court. This is. I like this. The clean court part is going to balloon the wage bill they give me. They're gonna hire another corrupt judge and his whole entourage to come. You go there, somebody I sued Tomalin George to make a claim. He took my car, he didn't pay for it. Then I have to pay the judge to find him guilty and all. So, but it's a good thing that now we are going to put. He says there is no structure. LPRC was established in 1978. And when you look at the formation of the institution, it has no structure, it has no turn of reference, it got no operational procedure. And I was reading what he put in, and I said, you kidding? A whole government entity. They just got together and say, this is an entity. There is no way at all to say we will hold you accountable because these are the law under which you're supposed to operate. So, Tomalin George, Dylan is doing something here. We got to give this to him. Since 1978, these guys been they've been a free, free loader, free rider, free radicals. They just do their own thing. Like they went to Musa Ability Split, just walk there and close down the business. They go to another business.
You mean the claims code, right?
Yes.
Yeah. I really commend the senator for that. We need a code where the common man. The thing, it's a good idea, good thing that he proposed the establishment of a claim code for the common man. Meaning the common man that if your market store was destroyed, you can sue government and get compensated. The thing is that that code will need funding, and the judges too. Because you sue the government, and a market woman, man, to sue government, will she get will she get justice? That's the thing. If the government send the lawyers there to fight against Mankoto, how will she win the case? But if the thing is that we have a responsibility, if that code is established, to ensure that we be on the backs of the judge. You saw, you witness what happened in America again. I come out to America when the Supreme Court. I was shocked. That ruling, on a serious note, the ruling on Friday shocked me. That 6-3 majority, 2 of those appointed by Trump, and like last night, if you notice, when he was entering, he had one look in the woman's face. He just popped out quickly. because she and Gorsuch, they joined the 3 liberal and when the Chief Justice to vote to strike down his tariff. But that's how you should be in a country where the only remedy is the court, the law. You go there for remedy. But in our country, it's hard. That you got this, when they talk about these judges like Roosevelt Willie, and the present Chief Justice, that me have always been into sometimes or some stuff about compromising people's cases. And now with the claims code being established, it's a good thing. We'll see who, if they want to pass the legislature and go to the president, next and he signs it into law, we have a claims code. We'll see who will be appointed the judge of the claims code around the country, wherever we have it established. And we want to see how do we administer justice. I support them Dylan for that. That's why I keep on saying, I don't know who, I still have yet to somebody convince me not to support Dylan for re-election. I mean, I think he has done a good job. People can differ, but I really want to see who will really convince me to say don't vote for him or don't support him in re-election, because he has been making a lot of sense in the Senate. He's not perfect, but he has been bringing a lot of sensible legislation to the floor as compared to others who just there to collect.
Can somebody please flag Mr. Sia, please? He said this show is all about putting the government down. No, not that one. He says this show is all about putting the country down. Mr. Sia, there you go. He said,
now one of the guys who getting the intelligent money.
$18 million. What kind of intelligence Liberia needs to?
Because they're getting paid to come on Facebook and be talking down on other people when they're talking serious things.
Listen, Mr. Siaple, wherever you are, you know, like we say here, we don't censor anybody. You have the right to come and tell us exactly how you feel. But if you are part of the intelligence where you're supposed to stroll, go to everybody's comment and tell them that they hate the government, they don't like the government, that's not true, because we are flagging you here. Nobody here is against the government. Everything we have talked about here, if it's lies, just come and debunk it, because they are all written. We're quoting you the sources where they come from. The newspaper that did at the time, we are quoting sources here. So this is not a show of hearsay. What we are talking about, we talk about Dylan establishing a court. It is written. We have it. That's what it is. It's factual. This is no gossip here.
See, I play for getting his small team, Mr. Gayman. Don't waste our time. Let's proceed.
So, see, we understand where you are coming from, but let's go to what's happening with our folks. You know, the World Bank is trying to help us with something called the Integrity Watch to strengthen human rights and accountability, especially in the forestry and the strategic sectors. Those who were born in the villages in the interior, our parents have lived on this land for millennia. They have subsisted. Now, this new carbon thing they brought, they are telling the folks in the interior they can't hunt certain animals, they can't do this, they can't do that. How in the world are you expecting somebody way in Cape Mount, in Bon County, in Bassa, in River G, to not live off the land? They're not doing, it's not an industrial or commercial hunting. These people they are subsisting. And they are telling them they can't hunt, they can't do this. They can't. Find out, talk about what is your knowledge about this new carbon thing they are talking about?
It's foolishness, Mr. Gayman. It's complete foolishness. Because you have blatant exploitation going on with endangered species, with Bear Mountain poisoning the rivers of Cape Mount.
Yep.
With EPA reports, one report after the other. The AP, Associated Press, and the Gecko Project just did an extensive investigation. Their report is public information. It was just released, I believe, in January or February of this year. Please look it up, public information. ABC News covered it, Washington Post covered it. This was everywhere on the global stage, like global news. That Bear Mountain, they found overwhelming evidence of $1 billion company damaging the rainforest of Liberia and endangering the forest elephant chimpanzees, on top of poisoning the rivers and waterways for the inhabitants of Cape Mount. Where is the outrage from the government about that? It's ridiculous. So like this whole carbon credit nonsense, that's exactly what it is. It is foolishness. It is a distraction once again to like away from the actual issues. There are real cases that EPA currently sits on. This is why I really want the head of EPA to come and answer to the public for why these cases have gone nowhere. They have documented toxic spills by these extractive companies. Nothing has been done about it. International media has reported on these several times. Nothing has been done about it. Our timber industry have been exploited for so many years. Nothing has been done about it. Firestone has doubled down on their not just exploitation, but poisoning our environment. What has been done about it? Nothing has been done about it. All they do is talk. It's talk and talk. And they're going to dash a little bit of grant towards Liberia, and it's going to go right in the sinking pockets of the officials who are going to be a part of that project. The public is not going to see it. There's going to be no public benefit. So if I were someone who relied on hunting for their survival, I would absolutely disregard it because it's nonsense. It does not serve the welfare of the people. It does not meet the needs of the people. This is all. This is all a jig-jag that serves the 1%, the elites, and the governing class. So when they go sit, like when they spend the Liberian people taxpayer dollars and fly to their nonsense UN meetings, where they have absolutely no power, but they're getting these conversations where they allow international entities to influence their domestic policies. How the heck can the World Bank tell you that, oh, Liberia needs to start taking carbon seriously and emissions and what have you, when Donald Trump is literally tearing apart the Paris Agreement, tearing apart everything that is environmental? Where is the moral high ground? Like, who, the audacity? Who gave you the authority? Who died and made you boss of Liberia?
Be careful that Donald Trump supporter you talking to that moderator.
Who died and made you boss of Liberia? This is, alhamdulillah, I am so glad that I am obligated to nobody but my creator. I am uncorruptible. Fanta Kamara is uncorruptible and does not have a jail. I am uncensored. I want everybody to understand this.
And I think Fanta is correct, and those are some of the reasons why President Trump decided to tear most of these agreements apart, because some of them make no sense.
They're foolish.
How can you be in Saudi Arabia and you say, or in China, where you are industrializing everything, you're building factories everywhere, and you say Liberia should not build factory, we should not get involved, so you will pay us money. So our forests can absorb your pollution from China and Saudi Arabia and everywhere else in the desert, where buildings are going up everywhere, factories, there industries, and there people are working and people are making money, the livelihood, and they are telling us we should keep our forest to absorb their pollution.
Yeah.
And now what the Ghanaian Central Bank said they're not listening to some other nonsense they're talking, they're doing that.
Look, Liberia still has 40. Let me make this very clear. Let me remind you guys of why they continue to target Liberia. Because first of all, our leaders are idiots. They truly really are. That's a debate for like another day. But Liberia still has 45% of West Africa's rainforest. 45% of West Africa's biodiversity unexplored is still in Liberia. You talk about countries like Nigeria, Senegal, Mauritania, like 45% of 16 countries, rainforest is still in the tiny country of Liberia. So to sit there and not have the right people having these conversations, when these Western entities impose these conditions upon us just to give us chicken change. Oh, for Liberia to get this grant, You have to deploy this carbon emission crap. For Liberia to get this, you have to deploy this. These conditionalities by the World Bank and the IMF is what has ensured our people the perpetual suffering. It has kept Liberia and most of the African nations in perpetual poverty.
And I said I'd be wasting time. The Sahel nations are moving on.
Which is why when you see Zimbabwe turning down $367 million of funding, like from the World Bank, to say no, you're not going to have access to sensitive health data, because that is the condition. We reject you having access to Zimbabweans' health data, sensitive genomic data, DNA. They want our DNA to do biological tests on them for pharmaceutical and other biological reasons. But we don't see any benefit of that. Africans are often on the bottom end of all of these deals. And the fact that our leaders still don't understand that, I don't know. It's like they have chicken brains.
And people are focused on claiming power. They're not focused on doing anything right for the country.
So if I was a hunter, I would be right there with my AK-47. Like, that's exactly the rifle I'm going to get. Like, to me.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are on fire today. If you have anything on your mind, I know Mr. Siaple is laughing. He said, ha, ha, ha. We finally flagged you, Mr. Siaple. You have anything on your mind, please let us know. Mr. Vat say he's calling from Ohio. We understand you in Ohio. We're part of Ohio. Thank you very much for tuning in. Siaple is in California. We are watching you guys. Thank you very much for tuning in. But yes, if anything is on your mind, like Honorable Tomalin said, we cover a lot of topics. We can't cover it all. We are not everywhere. So if we miss anything, bring it up and we'll discuss it. Honorable, let me start with Tomalin. Tomalin, LEC. It's hard to. I know people will say, why we just dwell on it? But when these people, when government, and not just limited to this government, when these folks come up with these fabulous headlines like this one, LEC Managing Director unveils a 1.6 billion euro power reform blueprint, vow to end the back era in Liberia.
What kind of era?
Liberia is a beggar nation.
Oh.
They're going to stop Liberia from begging. Okay. 1.6 billion euro. This is a man from Liberia, but he's pledging euro.
Wait. Hold on one second, Mr. Gayman. Why is a sovereign nation? My gosh, computing their fiscal policies in another sovereign nation currency?
Tomalin, the last time our friend, the Liberian ambassador to the UN.
That's a $1 million question.
Yeah, the Liberian ambassador to the UN, Mr. Brown, when he was speaking for the A3, he couldn't pronounce Liberia the way we pronounce it. He pronounced it like a Nigerian. And everybody was wondering, what's wrong with these people? He goes there and he pronounced Liberia. And the folks are saying, what's wrong? What's wrong with him? Here we are again. The last time our president, the Honorable Joseph Waka, went to the UN and spoke and told the folks that he is pledging $8 billion to women's causes.
Wow.
And he read all this, and someone called me and said, but Liberia has a budget of $600 million. How the hell you would pledge?
But Louis brother, Louis Brother, something like that, Liberia, Liberia, you don't want to play with the name of the country way without it weird, but Louis is an eloquent speaker, so. But look,
Go ahead.
But the LEC is a good news. I hear this. Yeah, I think good news. You know, if you visit Liberia constantly, when you hear these things, you want to appreciate because it affects you too as a Liberian, especially if you invested in Liberia. Okay, I don't want to be paying for fuel oil to my place. No, my business. I don't want my business to be paying for fuel oil. I want to enjoy LEC current. We'll buy a meter, we'll pay for it, like get benefit from it. But when we start to see that the current is going, that then you have to pay fuel, buy fuel for it to keep on going. And when I'm in Liberia too, I can't afford to be in Liberia. They're on Sunday night, right? Sunday night, because of the storm. My first time in America to be out of power for how many hours? It went all around about 30 around about nine something, almost around 9. It didn't come back to around 3 in the morning. Because one of the stuff dropped and the weather was bad, so no one could go and work on a post there, whatever the case. But imagine that. That short time, I went to bed straight. I was like frustrated. I just went straight to bed because I couldn't watch TV, do nothing. And then it happened. But with Liberia, I wish that I was telling the VP today, I said, look, I'm happy that you're putting machine in all the counties. It's good. Once the road is accessible, we can travel all over the country and go and come back the same day. That's a good thing. I wanted to see it happen. I don't want to see the country undeveloped. I want to see the country who benefit from the country development. You want to go Liberia and be able to travel to all the counties. You say, I want to make a tour of all the counties and come back in maybe do a week to do it. But just quite recently they were passing through Ivory Coast to go to Maryland and other areas of Liberia. I don't want to be going through all that to go to. When you're going, you got to go to another country before you get back to your country. I don't think that's right. But so let's see what happened. LEC, the guy who is the LEC boss, he's someone who I respect a lot on all sides. Most people I respect him. I want to see him deliver and the product benefit from his expertise. And so let's see what happens. But
it's not gonna happen, Tomalin. Sorry to break it to you.
Tomalin, he says here, he says Liberia has disclosed how Liberia now have budgeted in this year budget. We got to fact check that $50 million for meter in the national budget for smart metering, marking the first time in the capital injection in Liberia. The government put $50 million in the first post-war Liberia history. In the budget, he said, yeah, we have $50 million to spend on metering. The initiative is intended to curb commercial losses and improve cost recovery. You can't continue to beg people. Got to earn their bucks, he said. So, under that, we got to cost and recover our costs at $50 million is in this budget. I have to go through the budget and see whether the $50 million is actually in the budget for metering for the entire nation. He didn't say it's a projection. He said the money is available. It's in the budget.
Good news.
He said it was approved. So we have to now go. Those are us who have access to the budget. We have to go through it and see where is that $50 million to buy meters. Now, I don't know whether these meters will be subsidized or we have to buy it, we have to reimburse the government. I don't know, he didn't say it in here, but he said there have been $50 million in the budget for metering to for the entire nation to access the metering system. So Fanta, here we are. He said $50 million. I don't know if you have access to the budget, but something that we have to fact check to see whether the money is there and how will it be spent. Is it that everybody is going to be given a meter so we can pay our bills? How is he going to deal with the power theft? What mechanism are they putting in place to curb power theft? When I was in Liberia, one of the biggest things that I heard from the embassy was that the government agencies have refused to be metered. All the ministries, all the 8 government agencies have refused, most of them have refused to be metered. So the government that is most, let's say about the heavy duty user, consumer of electricity, have refused to be meters, have refused to pay the bill.
So they're getting it free and going after the poor people?
That's the problem we are talking about. So how is this $50 million going to be spent? Let me welcome Mr. Seaton. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, let me break it to you, Mr. Gayman. Like, you know, sometimes it's bad to be young and in these rooms, because like you don't know how to keep secrets because it's just a millennial thing, right? Like I don't have time like for these theatrics. Look, a few years ago, if you can remember, there was a $600 million hydro project that was going to relieve Liberia of its electricity nightmares. It was supposed to power, I think, if not most, but all of Liberia. So a good majority of Liberia was supposed to be powered through that $600 million hydro project. I have intimate knowledge of this. And the person that ran that project is the same person that is head of LEC today. That project ran into the ground. I would like to invite the head of LEC to have this conversation, Mr. Mohammed Sharif. What happened to the $600 million that the World Bank and other international entities donated to ensure electricity self-sufficiency for Liberia and the Western Belt? What happened to that money? This was maybe less than a decade ago. That was the same head. The same leader was Mohammed Sharif. Today, fast forward, they've made him head of LEC. I don't believe anything at all, until we can see progress report from that $600 million hydro project. And what was the output of that? What was the anticipated output, and what did they actually accomplish? Was it, when that project was first instituted, like Liberia electricity nightmare was probably like around 20%, so about 20% coverage, and that project was supposed to serve up to 80% coverage? Did they actually achieve the 80% coverage? If not, why? We must do this forensically to ensure accountability, because these folks, sometimes they think that we don't know them, like we don't know like who they are. And it's just bad for them that some of us like happen to just be in the right rooms at the right time to have this information. So do I have faith that we're going to see any type of drastic transformation with him being the head of the LEC now? Absolutely not. Let me tell you something about the power theft. The youngest minister of this country was Fode Soko Sako. When Ellen appointed him, that was probably the best decision she ever made, that I can applaud her for. Appointed him head of LEC. Young, he was a very dear friend of mine. Fode fought tooth and nail to hold businesses, Lebanese businesses, Liberian businesses, government businesses, accountable. He uncovered through his investigation, because he was very meticulous. He was very meticulous and very dedicated to his job. He uncovered that the largest power theft does not come from the common people. It comes from the businesses. It comes from the government. So when you see Mary Broad today on the street, and I love Mary Broad, like I worked with her for many years. I love her tenacity. I enjoy that about her. I shared the same to get things done. But when you see these theatrics to we're going to hold people accountable, let me make this very clear. Electricity, stability, energy stability is absolutely essential for industrialization. Liberia cannot transform its economy
with just by stealing money or getting bribed from the concession companies like today. Liberia needs to be industrialized. The way we do that is through sustainable energy. To get there, we have to hold the right people accountable. We have to hold the businesses, the Lebanese businesses, the Liberian businesses, and the Liberian government primarily responsible for stealing current and not paying their fair share. And stop going after the common people as if to say they are in the majority. Let us see the number. Convince the public that actually the common people, the marginalized, those who are impoverished, are the ones mostly responsible for power theft. I challenge them to publish those numbers. Publish the data so you can demonstrate without
they don't have it.
reasonable doubt.
They don't believe in data.
No, but they're spending money on all this intelligence. So when you talk about intelligence, data gathering, where is the data? Show us the data and then we will believe that you're actually serious about solving power theft or restoring energy efficiency or expanding coverage. Because no serious person wants to do any type of business in Liberia when as Mr. Tomalin said, you have to constantly buy gas or fuel. What type of nation is this? A nation of generators. Africa's oldest republic. What do you have to show for it? Nothing but thieves. So I would like to invite the minister or director of LEC to answer these questions. Please bring the data with you. We would like to see them. Convince us.
Thank you. Honorable Jackson Seaton, welcome to the show. You are muted.
Yeah, thank you very much. And I'm happy to be on the show tonight. And I heard you guys talking about the situation of LEC. Yes, indeed, I can confirm that $50 million is put in the national budget for the Liberia Electricity Corporation, but it did not specify what it is intended for. Let me make it clear. $50 million is allocated in the national budget for the Liberia Electricity Corporation fiscal year 2026. But again, it says administration and management. That's why it says $50 million for administration and management. It did not, the budget did not specify besides administration and management what the $50 million is allocated for. So probably what the managing director is saying is that maybe the whole $50 million is going to be used to buy meter to be able to curb power theft. Well, that's good news. But yes, the problem. You just alluded to that. The embassy told you most of the government agencies refuse to be metered.
Yeah.
They don't want to pay electricity bill. How can you have a country that has a government and you have an entity that is providing services to the government through the distribution of electricity, and you don't want to be metered? And I can remember some times ago, the Liberia Electricity Corporation was crying that many of the agencies and ministries in government was owing the entity and they were not paying their bills. How do you run a country like that? That you have an institution that provides services for you, especially power services, and you don't pay your bills. When does that happen? Okay, that's one aspect of it. Wow. Then let's come to the average Liberians. How many Liberians are gainfully employed for them to be able to pay electricity bill? How many Liberians? Many of the Liberians are in the informal sector. The informal sector is just to sustain them. They are living from hand to mouth. They don't have that extra cash to pay for electricity. So then where the power theft comes in, because the government is doing nothing to improve the economic well-being of the Liberian people.
And they make it look like only the ordinary citizens stealing power.
People don't have jobs, and so the people have to do what they have to do. They have to resort to power theft because they want to benefit. The government needs to put in place a plan how you can help the average Liberians who don't have jobs, how you can create a viable private sector so that most people can be gainfully employed and be able to what? Besides taking care of electricity, to do all the other things that they need to do for their family. So again, saying this is one thing, doing it is another thing. So until the government have a comprehensive plan, power theft it's not going to stop. You can put all the meter there. You put the meter there, but then you tell when the man take the meter down. What you do? You fight the man, your fight at the end of the day, by the time you tell your body, man, put it there. So the power theft is not only on Joseph Boakai. Power theft has been in Liberia from normal time.
Yep.
Normal time.
Absolutely.
So in order to address it, the government has to find a way to empower Liberians so that Liberians can be gainfully employed. And when they are gainfully employed, they will engage in gainful economic activities. They will pay their bills. But it is not only the average Liberians. What's about the business entity? Almost all of the large business entity in Liberia, they got generators. How does that sound? How will LEC get money? Instead of them depending on the power grid, they have their private generator. And the government is doing nothing to rain on them for them to be able to get power from the power grid. It's a shame that the government does not have an enforcement mechanism to force people to get their power. Generator is a standby. It's when power, when everybody is out of power, then you use that as a standby mechanism for you to get power until the power comes back on. But everybody takes generator to be the main source of power in Liberia, and that's wrong. So the meter is not going to solve that problem.
That 18 million for intelligence, they could add it up and do.
It can't solve that problem. You can buy all of the meters. It can't solve that problem.
Wrong to have generator like as a power source because the government has been unreliable. They have been unreliable in providing adequate electricity. You think people actually, somebody making $100, $150 like a month, their take home is like probably less than $900 when they say, oh, this is for insurance and like this is for this, like this is for your social security, your pension. That what they actually take home is less than $900. You think they actually want to go borrow money to go buy $150, like sometimes $200 for the cheapest generator? You think they actually want to do that if the government was actually providing electricity, or the government was actually ensuring that the electricity was consistent and not being rationed? I mean, come on.
This is where we are. Mr. Sanvee, hopefully I'm pronouncing your name right, but here the latest number from the World Bank says 32.5% of the population has power, and this is strictly only in the Monrovia area. 32% in Montserrat and Monrovia, only 32%. And they said infrastructure limitation with rural access to almost zero. Rural Liberia, zero. Near zero availability of electricity. How does a nation run commerce when the capital city itself has only 32% of its environment that has electricity, and that electricity is even being rationed? And we know electricity, the availability of electricity brings in a lot of economic development everywhere there's power. And we are still struggling, but yet we have our director on the international stage talking the fabulous talk that sounds good, but you know, it's hard to talk these things before people think you're beating down government. But the fact is here, I'm looking at the stats, those are who grew up in the interior. We have never seen electricity. Most likely we will never see electricity in our lifetime. And those of you who live in the city, Monrovia, the capital city, only 32% of you got electricity. You on the ground, talk to us about your struggle with the electricity and what are they saying? How are they trying to remedy the issue?
Yeah, so for the past almost close to 2 months now, LEC is really facing a major challenge. Just yesterday, I was with the power theft team, because nowadays they're trying to do some reading at night, because they noticed that during the day, when they go do the reading, you will have people, the people will be disconnecting the wires. So at night, you will not see a lot of people doing doing a wire, putting a wire up and back. So, and one of the major question that I asked one of the directors there, Charles Lamandan, my question to him was, Mr. Lamandan, with all of these things, like you still have people who are still really struggling to pay their current bills. Are there any means where LEC can do a region where to say maybe places like West Point, right? West Point, people who live in an entire West Point, they will pay so and so amount, because somebody can be a feature man, maybe go sell water some market and come back trying to find food for their kids, and still trying to get access to. Yeah, you want to say something?
We have someone who is on the line. Just go ahead if you don't. Someone wants to make their contribution.
Okay, go ahead. Hold on, really, Joseph. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, so
Joseph, 1 minute. Go ahead.
Okay, all right.
Yeah, go introduce yourself and then tell us.
Good evening. Good evening to all of you. I'm J. Agalo Morris. I live at Omega, and I'm an old man. But I'm tired of our country being ridiculed. Every day you guys go on the air and just talk about things that I can't find any solution. We know we start crying for this thing, and we see any solution anything yet. You criticize and you have any solution to the problem. Peabody and this other person, Pewee, what are you guys doing? Look at the Lebanese people. Indian people, they're rich. They get money. Rich people in this country. Where are the rich people? There's no criminal effect for the rich people. In the past, we have the Congo people that were rich. They have company. We damage the company. After the coup, so they damage company. They send Kasali to one other company and other guys that went there, and they just damage the place. We got nothing to think about. Look at pack up pin, kill me and just take it. Selling pin here. I want so much to get to work. Pray God tell me that little girls are working for $70 for 8 to 9 o'clock in the night to 10 o'clock in the day. They can't even pee in the house. They want to pee, they'll come downstairs and look for a bush to go pee. No food. I don't buy from real. Get them 2 more and get them from real. It's pathetic. You go to the store, you see our laboratory are just being used like slaves. You got no fair solution. What can you do? God put the resources together to form company in this country so that we can be able to solve some of these problems. Instead of trying to ridicule people, trying to insult people, go and just say a lot of things all day. It's not correct. This is the country. For me, I'm 70 years old. I'm going. But I think there's a strength in me. But I'm sorry for us. But Jerome was breaking down lots of things. I have to look at Ghana.
So, Mr. Gayman, if you want to ask a question, you can.
Yeah. Can I ask you a question, sir?
Yeah, he listened to you.
Okay. Your government that collect your taxes, that have all your natural resources, that's supposed to provide the private sector, the public sector, and the incentive, the environment for you to thrive. You are not questioning them, but you're questioning us who are speaking on your behalf. How is that possible?
Very good. Point taken. Government is the fund. Government, the responsibility of government is to create the atmosphere for people to invest. Some of you guys go to the bank and credit the money. You don't take the money back to the government, to the place. Just take the money and run away. Get the money.
Answer to the question there.
Okay, you know. Okay, you are 70 years old. You part of the problem.
No, he asked him legitimate concern. Yeah, now let me address his concern.
Let's protect our caller. Yeah, go ahead, Doc. Go ahead, Len.
What you guys are doing? Why you are saying the good thing? Why you are saying the good thing must be always a solution to the problem? But you only saying it by like you are so vexed. Nothing you are saying to solve the problem. You have no innovation. You just sit there with an initiative. You just sit there and cause not all the sub government.
Pape, what are you doing?
I'm back to government by saying,
what are you doing?
What are you doing, Pape? Because you are doing something. Everybody on here doing something. What are you doing? You are enjoying God. You are enjoying God. You are enjoying Liberia
school. I'm training people in my area that will be able to make smart and testing. What I'm doing human being I dream. I'm a little man that love something, but I'll try my best to help the people.
Okay, but we are helping people too. We are helping our people back home too. You don't know what to do.
Listen, guys, let's protect our caller.
What's the investment? The rich. The rich. How rich for this country? Millionaire. Why are you doing your millionaire? Why are you doing your money?
Listen, guys. Sarah, listen. Caller, thank you very much. We don't go personal here. We're going to keep it general.
Too much.
Okay. For the time being,
that is what happened that you want causing a problem. She's just laughing for nothing.
What
you want to say to the people, you have to laugh and shot people. That's what she does.
Papa, I beg you, don't bring it to me.
Okay. Myean, let's go to the next call, please.
But Papa is being personal. You don't want us to be personal?
That's fine. That's why he's the caller. He can say whatever he wants. We are restricted. Myean, open the line. Let's get a few more calls. Look, we touched some nerves here.
We ready there.
Thank God, at least.
Thank God.
776.
The 18 million intelligent people are calling.
Sarah, we are not seeing our number now, please.
077764986 plus 231 777649986. For our WhatsApp line is plus 231 777649986. For our international line is plus 1.
Call it makes some sense, though.
Yeah, we discussed it. I took notes. Okay. When calls come in, bring them on. Ladies and gentlemen, the line is open. You can send your comments in. You can call. Let's discuss. The line is open. Tomalin Joyce has always said it. It doesn't matter what your views are. Call it in. Talk about it. There is nobody here that will censor you, that will stop you from calling, making your comments. Pape vex with the English. Yeah, I understand with it. Pape vex with us. It's all right. But this is what this platform is all about. So let's talk about his concern, right? Tomalin.
Yeah.
He is saying he called Kev's name, he called Dr. Peabody's name, he called your name, he called everybody. Said, all you're doing, you'll sit here. And he said the place is hard, the place is suffering. So he's saying the same thing we are saying, but then he said we're not open. So go ahead, your take on what he said.
Well, you see, I can't get mad with him at all, honestly.
No, we're not mad.
Because you see, he even mentioned, he said he worked somewhere, he saw some young girls working for $70. When they working, they can't even allow them to even use the bathroom. He had to go outside to go ease themselves. I mean, and he said he had to buy someone there farina. So look, he's just telling you the hardship. And I think our job as panelists, we have a platform that you speak. When you're on this platform, you're speaking to thousands of people. You may not see them in the views section, but people on the YouTube listen to you on the YouTube in different sectors of life. They're listening to you. That's why he is saying that we should offer. We should give them solution ideas. And I think the best we can do is that look, or I can tell them, my pop, or I can tell you, you should vote 2029 comes. The people that have been suppressing you for all these years, don't vote them into office again. Trust somebody new. So you ask yourself the question, the last 20 years, what have changed in the country? We have had election 2022, 2005, 11, 17, 23, and so forth. 4 election cycles have gone. What have changed in the country? Our citizen state is seeing. He mentioned about pack up pin. And it's true. So given you and I know, a seat on your own know, before the coup, we were young, but we were coming to call pack up pin. We are Lipsuko in Maryland. That bro are exporting sugar. We're exporting pin abroad. But today our exports are down. And what are you trying to say? What is happening? People got money, but where the people that got money, what is doing the money? I mean, they're the money, but are they investing in the country? No, who knows? And so he's making a very salient point because people are suffering. But all I can tell you as a panelist is that vote right. Vote for a transformative leader. Vote for someone who you know that look at the person's record, the track record in their life. See what they see that the person have been working, they've been working XYZ and what they have done. If it was somebody who say the business person, but they put the business to the ground. If it was somebody who say the in agricultural business, you can't see nothing. You vote the same people. No. Find somebody who you think that will transform your life, the country, who will take the country to another level. Now, all you can do, all I can tell you to do, as a power, you say, vote right. You have the power. Now you vote for the right person, they will transform the country. The country will change. We enjoy the national wealth. But if you continue to vote for the same way you've been voting the last election cycle, you'll get the same result we're getting today. For us, we are just blessed to be on this side of the world. If we're in Liberia too, we'll be going through the same struggle you're going through. But we're blessed to be on this side, so that's why we tell you, when we come on the platform, we try to educate you guys. Vote the right way, vote your future. But imagine, people are saying when I heard today that the president, he'll be about 85 years old, he'll be running again for re-election. I mean, honestly, we in America, we have a president who is almost 80 years old. You see what's happening right now? We know what we're going through. Even though we're a great country in the world, but it's so happening. Then you electing somebody who will be 85, who right now, people are drawing rings around him right now. You think it will be better? It's up to you now to decide when it comes to 2029.
He will eventually be like Paul Biya of Cameroon.
We got a call on the line. Your name and where you calling from?
This is Kehleboe Gongloe, calling from the state of Pennsylvania. Am I live?
Yes.
Okay, so I just want to make my quick contribution. Two things I just want to say quickly. One, I want to argue against those who say unemployment rate is high in the country. There are 2 million jobs in Liberia. I mean, the record shows that most of the people who are economically active, they have jobs, they are working. The issue of the job situation is the fact that the types of jobs that the economy can produce are not sustainable jobs. So you have 2 million Yana boys, you have 2 million motorcyclists, you have 2 million keke riders. So those are the types of jobs the economy can produce because our economy is not strong as yet. So all these activities are economic activities and we count them as jobs. And the second point I want to make is the fact that I'm just surprised how our policymakers, government after government, the way they institute public policy, it amazes me that the most brilliant people don't take into account the impact of their action. Today, if you look at the number of yellow machines that is going into the country, if you look at the number of solar light or panels that have been, imported from China and other countries into the country, I wonder they're even looking at the waste that the solar panels will create. Are they taking into account how are they going to dispose of all those solar? Like in Nema today, I've got from reliable source that some people, people who are in power, have carried about 1 million solar panel. They intend to challenge the CMC leader who has been doing development across the country. They are trying to challenge him by dumping more than 1 million solar panels in the country. And these solar panels are not going to last forever. They're going to get damaged. So how do you take care of the waste? And these are made from a combination of other stuff. So, we don't have that experience. Where are you going to dispose of them? You're going to dispose of them, people just throw it around, there's rainfall, water touching them and going in the waterways, in the stream, and people drinking it. So we have to think of, so I don't know what our people are even thinking about the impact of just importing anything in the country because they want to get political power. That's my contribution.
Yeah, I have to run. So let me just say this really.
Yes, go ahead.
Every time I come on, Fanta has to run. You're
But Fanta's will be here till 7 o'clock. You come after 7 on your business.
Yeah, but what Fanta got to be
Go ahead, Fanta. Thank you very much.
No, but I want to say something very quickly. The older generation don't understand sometimes that most of what's happening they are responsible for, and I mean that very, very directly. I appreciate the Pape calling in and sharing his 2 cents. I thought it was very important, and we encourage that. But he has to understand, what he didn't do was take accountability for the situation that we have inherited. When you have if you build products, if you're in technology, you build products, you build them in iteration. You do phase 1. Phase 1 was probably like the pager. Phase 2 was like the flip phone. Phase 3 was like the smartphone, right? One generation after the other. The goal is to enhance, is to optimize. But what we are seeing with leadership and governance in Liberia is that the previous generation has done nothing to ensure the future generations, the governing society, the operationality, the functionality of the future generation is actually optimized. Nothing they've done. All they have done is lend their support and vote based on tribes. They've done nothing but been tribalistic. I don't see a person from the older generation who has put Liberia first. So for them to want to lecture us, the younger generation who are in the majority, who post-war, we are all war children. Most of us were born during the war. So we don't know your Lemco or your Pakopin or your BMCC, whatever that was. We don't know that. You people know that. What we have seen is chaos and destruction and incompetency. That's what we have seen. Until you can show us otherwise, we are going to continue to advocate for a Liberia that we deserve to grow up in and grow up proudly. Because you have failed us, you have not done that for us. So you don't have the right, with all due respect, we don't have the right to lecture us on how to comport ourselves when it comes to criticizing or holding feet to the fire of the governing body of this country today. You don't have the right to tell us not to hold their feet to the fire. Because not only are we holding their feet to the fire, we are doubling down with practical initiatives, most that you don't even know about. Because we don't post it on Facebook, because we don't share it for the world to see. That's not the intention. The intention is to build. So when you're building, you build in a way that allows you to maintain the utmost efficiency.
Don't take us for a generation of joke. Because we're done with that diplomatically correct for a nicer word crap. We're done with it. We're so frustrated when we see our peers in the US, in China, in India. Look at what India did in less than 10 years. They took over the world with information technology. You don't go to a company today where their information technology department is not majority Indians. Their government dedicated their domestic policy to transforming their economy with technology. What has Liberia done that we cannot talk about it? And as for me, I would continue to talk about it. Whoever from the older generation has a problem with that, you can lecture me, but I will tell you, you should lecture yourself first. Have a good evening.
Okay, Fofana, before you leave, but will you accept the fact that the generation you're talking about, the young generation, they have been the one who they have been electing the same people over and over for the last.
We have a responsibility in the chaos we have in the leadership today. And that's what I keep saying first and foremost to the younger generation. Do not take yourself, do not remove the responsibility from yourself. You made some salient points earlier about the UL student body. The UN, when you talk about student organizations, look at Julia's
Can we mute, man?
Right? Look at Julius Melama today, like with the EFF. He came from a student body. He was the youth chair for the ANC. So where are the Liberian youth today? We all want to just come and like talk, and then as we clearly stated earlier, the Bobby will go and say, "Hey, my picking, forget about that man. That any Bobby dare to pick up my Dama no more and say you call for that Kamara and say forget about that." What I will tell you will never down my number like again. We do have a responsibility. But the older generation, what they can do is show us the way that said, look, Machere, what we did, we didn't do right. Let us help you so that you can have a better future. Don't lecture us on, what you're doing, what you're not doing. Guide us. Be the wisdom that we need. But don't be doing the same thing that even worse than what we are doing. Then you lecturing us. So with all due respect, Pape, I mean, one in town, we can sit down, like we can drink Fanta, like I'll buy you Coke, but the conversation like needs to continue.
Thank you, Fanta. Thank you very much, and I'll see you tomorrow.
On point, my dear, on point.
Yes. Let me talk to Tomalin and the rest of the guys. Please listen. Let me welcome Robert Garguah. Robert, welcome to the show. Tomalin, Robert, and those of you that have been on this show, we have also given solutions. We are giving some ideas. I've told you over and over, I work for the Chamber of Commerce. I'm a vice president. And I told the Liberian government, my job was to go and bring corporations into Florida. And every time we went to approach corporations to come to Liberia, to Florida, there were 4 things they asked for. One in particular is public utilities. Number 1 on that list is power. And I don't have to lecture you because you know, but if a company like Metal Steel has to come to Liberia and they have to build their own power grid, they have to build their own roads. They have to build their own buildings. If they have to do all of these things, it's like a state within a state. They don't have much money left over to pay your employees what you demand or what they are worth. Imagine if Liberia has stable electricity, that Metal Steel will be buying electricity from Liberia. Just imagine. But because we don't have running water, Metal Steel corporations have to build their own water system. They have to build their own utility system. They have to build their own every system. It's like fiefdom, sitting within a city, state within a state. So it's not that we are not giving you, we're not giving solution. We are telling you, when it comes to power generation, when it comes to water system, no private citizen can do these things. This is the responsibility of the state. You're talking about we don't want to start businesses. You think Robert don't want to start business? You don't think Tomalin want to start business? Go and see who are they giving the loans to in Liberia. The excuse is, well, we give you $20,000 and you didn't come back, but you giving the Lebanese man $1 million.
Because he paying back a loan.
We understand because there is a system there that they've been there for so long that they have a system. We are first generation business people. It will take years for us to actually invest and grow. But until that happens, you can complain all you want. If Liberia had utilities, right? If you went to Liberia now and you didn't have to buy fuel every day for your generator, for your car, for your this, for your that. I was in Liberia. You told me to patronize Liberian businesses. I took the entire embassy staff, went to some of these places, and the electricity was going 3-4 times in the midst of 2-hour dinner.
I beg you, don't get me out.
No, but I mean, this is the fact. Robert Garguah, welcome to the show.
Thank you very much. Well, man, but you don't relax, but Mr. Jerome, you said the electricity went 2 hours within
where have we restaurant?
2-3 times. 2-3 times. We've been in space of 2 hours.
No, 4 times. 4 times.
Imagine that. Oh my God.
I think the caller made a salient point.
No, I'm coming to you. Sit down. Robert Garguah is gone.
Thank you. Mr. Caesar, relax small, but you better talk. But listen, I just I've been following. I heard the exchange between the Pape and you guys, and I just gotta say I agree with, I share the sentiments of Fanta, and I thought she was spot on. She was firing and spot on, respectfully, and I just want to reemphasize what she said. You can't question what this generation is doing. You can't question what this generation is doing. When you, Pape, and this includes my pops, because my pop comes from from that generation. But you can't question us about what we are doing. What are you guys doing? What kind of investment? What ideas that you giving? Fine. But you can't question us. You don't have the moral compass to question us when you, Pape, have not accounted for what you did, for what your generation did. I mean, you don't have to account for that. We know where we are. Look at Liberia. I think what we are trying to do in this generation is to elevate the conversation. You guys did not do that. We're trying to create an environment where we can discuss even when we disagree, right? We're creating an environment in a democracy where we're basically saying politics is not war. We should fight with our ideas. We should fight with policy and make the best man win. We're trying to create an environment where the young people, I think Fanta asked a profound question. Was it Fanta or Tomalin George, that the very young people that she talked about are the very people who are voting these people? Well, there's something wrong somewhere, Tomalin. These things are not happening normally. You have to understand that after the civil crisis, the very government, I'm beginning. I had the conversation off the record, Tomalin. I'm beginning to believe that these politicians who have benefited, right, from massive failures and have been rewarded more government, more positions. I think there's something going on, and they understand that something is not normal about a group of politicians who have not done what they promised to do, who have not elevated the lives of these people, but yet and still they continue to reward them rather than firing them. There's something, this is not normal. It doesn't happen normally. Where someone, knowingly and willingly decides to live in destitution. This is not normal. So what we are doing, Pops, is we're trying to create an environment where we can put the information out there, have dialogues with our people and really sink into their heads. Do you understand the power you have when it comes to when it comes to the ballot box? Do you understand that your destiny is in your own hand? That you have the power to say enough is enough? Do you understand that? Do you understand that you have the power to say no more, no more of incompetency, no more of mediocrity? Do you know you have that power? They don't understand they have that power. And the minute they understand that, things will shift. The elevation, the conversation would elevate because we will no longer be talking about popularity. We will no longer be talking about who is handsome. We'll no longer be talking about the things that don't matter. What we will be talking about are the policy issues, the policy differences, and the record. Who have the vision, who have the political will, and who have shown results. This is what we will be talking about. That's what we are doing, Pape. But you can't come here and say all we do is talk negative. What did you do during your generation? Did y'all attempt to have conversations rather than running in bushes? Because if that was the case, we won't be where we are today. Had you guys, you know, did you think about our generation? We are thinking about the generation after us, and I can guarantee you, it may be slow, but I can guarantee you, by the time I'm your age, by the time some of us are you guys' ages, Liberia, we will make sure Liberia is in a better place for future generations to come.
That's a big one.
That's what we are doing. And part of this starts on platforms like this, where we talk about the issues. It's not negativity to say the government needs to get its act together. It's not negativity to question policy or promises made and not kept. It's not negativity. No, we've also preferred ideas. People on this platform are skilled in different professions. Have you asked yourself if the pape he narrated that it's difficult in the country for kids. He had to bar them from, Ask the pape who he voted for the last election. If he didn't, if he thought that CDC was not it, ask the pape, did you think outside of the box? Did you look at the Unity Party record on the message of change? Did you look at other candidates like ANC, Alice Cummings, like Dr. Clemens Monoba and the other guys to say, you know what? Perhaps we need to try something different to get different results. Did you do that? Who did he vote for? If you voted for Joseph Boycott as a replacement to George Weah and Unity and CDC, then Papa, you don't have the right. You don't have the right. So listen, we have to be respectful. I get it. I get it. But I think it's about time, ladies and gentlemen, that we are as blunt as we can when it comes to this conversation. Every one of us have right to make an impact and to be part of the country's development, part of the country's progress. But I'm just sick and tired of all politicians, even all folks that are not politicians. Some of them, we gotta question what the Papa did. I talk to
I
my Papa
know,
all the
right?
time. I talk to my dad all the time. Pop Samuel Jackson and others. In hindsight, where did we go wrong? And if we went wrong, then do you think that you guys are the best folks to talk about where we need to go? No, no. We need fresh ideas. We need nuances. We need people who have fresh ideas to change the trajectory of our country. That's what we need, Pape. So be a part of the conversation.
I hope
But
he's
when you
listening.
but when you come to this conversation, Pape, you have to put things in perspective. Look, read the room. Look at the people on this platform and ask yourself. And ask yourself, this is a genuine question. Self-reflection is good. If I'm 60 years old and Liberia is still where Liberia is a few more, many years from now, when I'm 60 or 70 years old, I can tell you one thing. I will keep my mouth shut.
That's
Because I
right.
would do a self to tell myself, you know what? I don't think our generation did a pretty good job. We sat on radios, we sat on platforms, we ran our mouth. What action did we take? Could we have done this better? And I can tell you this, I'm not going to preempt here, but we are taking actions. We're not just talking. We're opening businesses. We're opening companies that will train Liberians in areas we think the economy can grow. What we need to do is to spread the message so that there's a disruption when it comes to the people electing the right people and holding their government and the public and elected officials accountable for what they're supposed to do. Right now, they have not done that. Right now, they're getting free passes. People will fail. Come the next election, they go and talk sweet talk, get the people bags of rice, and then they re-elect them. And then go back to status quo. We need to change that mindset. Something is going on that is not normal. And maybe this is the reason why, Mr. Jerome, our government have not invested in a proper rehabilitation and reintegration since the civil crisis. We've been missing that, and we don't. And I don't know why they haven't done that, but I believe that they want to keep folks in the boundaries that they find themselves in, because they know if these people know better, if we open their eyes, it will be the end of our careers. They know that something is not normal about this.
So
wow. Well, Tomalin, let's do it. We want to do a little poll tomorrow. What do you think?
No, but it will tell the people, then they'll come, then they'll go prepare.
Oh, they'll go prepare. Okay, then we'll not do it tomorrow.
Yeah, do it on it.
We'll do it randomly. We'll do it randomly. Okay.
They'll go get all the parties in there and scratch
card.
We will do it randomly. Tomalin, listen.
But we're not, so I get on the show.
The queen is here.
After you jumping over me again. I don't
understand. Let me get forget from me. I will not be coming on the show again.
After the queen, then we'll go to the king. We see Joe sitting over there all quiet. Go ahead, Sarah.
No, but the thing Brother said and everybody else is true. They all make you on the call just to come and blast her off for whatever reason when they God knows. I know he's a recipient of the 18 million intelligent money. But the thing is, at the end of the day, just as everybody said, it's us as our people making the right choices for the country leadership. If you keep putting the wrong people in there, and you're not going to get different results. Okay? You're going to get the same result. The same people you put in there and the same thing you're going to get. And at the end of the day, just like everybody said, I mean, the government received back up the resources for the country. We are here critiquing the government and here getting mad at us instead of joining us to critique the government so that the government can do the right thing for the Liberian people.
You see, my office
the Pape keep calling back and forth. He wants to come back in. I don't know.
Let the Pape come. We waiting to hear what you gonna say.
Man, from if from
Pape come 1 year.
Pape from Coconut Plantation, he left fighting business. Put him on. Say he the link. Let him come on the show.
I know. You need to come. So let me just name quickly.
Pape on the line.
Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Yeah. They are listening to you now.
Well, I spoke to them. What I was saying here is that this country will all have the country as our belonging. We cannot throw it away. As I said, Liberia is the greatest African country. Take it or leave it. We took part in everything that we did in this world to make all African countries great. Here we are today. We are so down, nothing. It's because we've seen argument where we're trying to politicize or trying to take side with the other one. The other man came and said, I can bring rest for this one. The other one came and do the one here because he want to get rid of somebody. Malice in the mind. It doesn't solve our problem. What will solve our problem is what oneness, unity, innovation. If you are wrong, you tell me I'm wrong, but you gave me my direction to go. But we are not giving each other the direction to go, like I was saying. My old man, for Orange Grove, since I was born, I passed through Orange Grove, I was very small. It remained the same from there. Look at Grandmaster County. Look at Grandmaster County. Look at Grandmaster. Since Child William left Grandmaster County, it remained the same because of the same political fight. Nothing is there. Look at other country. But look at Lima today. With all of the Gulubara, they still coming together to build the country.
So
Including the county.
so are you saying the Senate protest is not doing anything for the people of Grand Bassa County?
Now, you know, Senate protest, every one of them, all about political leaders that now they try to do the best. And some of the past. And some of the past and the present. And I'm not talking about the present. Those that were there before, what did they do? What did they do to make Grand County better?
Okay, so you as a Liberian, what have you done for the people of Liberia?
Very good. I'm a living. I started living by myself at the age of 12. These people don't believe it. But I decided to learn drafting. I went to the university and I acquired some knowledge there. But I learned drafting. And what I learned drafting because I was doing accounting. But you cannot find accounting work, so I went back to my old job. I training people in my area. I got people that I train without giving me 1 cent. I even send people to the youth camp. Use my own cash. I sit with people and tell them what to do, what to be better. I don't have it. But I try to make this country look better. I contribute a lot to this country. I even with my innovation, I start with one way to change the how they call quick impact. That police station, you see the shuffling there. It was my design. My design. I told them that we left Egypt, we going to Israel. We cannot go back to Egypt. We can't give us back. We call it building. I developed something they call full-fledged. When you build a scratch toilet and then you go straight over the place. The CC coming from level, the scent of the CC coming close to your bathroom. I changed that trajectory. I went to the southeast. That same been buried there. Not free, but my innovation was there. I was very innovative. When I told one man, but they said, sit down here, I said, well, 3 weeks to design for them, at least a little bit better. That's what I did.
Myean, I think we voted for.
So you can just hold on. You can just hold on. We have other panelists. Maybe they would like to ask you a few other questions.
Pape, I wanna ask.
Robert, let me go to Sita. Sita, you go ahead.
That's fine. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to say this. You know, the Pape and ourselves, we are saying the same thing, but we are saying it differently. I understand the Omer frustration. Almost every one of us on this platform, we want Liberia to be better. That's why every day we come on this platform, we try to sensitize and educate our people so that the next election cycle, they will make the right decision to elect the right people that will lead them to do what? Government, the responsibility of government is to provide the enabling environment for individual Liberians to thrive. Number one. So because of that, that's why you elect these people. When you elect them, they enact laws. The laws they enact investment-friendly laws to bring investors into the country so that these investors can invest. When the investor invests, the investor provides jobs for Liberians. When Liberians are working, they take care of their family. They in turn pay taxes. The government use those taxes to be able to what? To develop the country. That's how it works. Now, but when you elect a group of thieves as national leaders, instead of them instituting policy that will attract investors, they institute policy that benefit them. Not you that elect that voted for them to be elected. And that is the vicious circle Liberia has been in since the end of the Civil War. We have had 3 successive elections. The situation stays the same. The same politician will recycle them over and over. And so we are come on this platform to keep informing you people. So I say, look, these people that you guys have elected over and over, they do not mean well for y'all. Because if they have meant well for y'all, they would have created an enabling environment for investors to come and invest in our country. The government cannot provide jobs for everybody. but the government can provide an enabling environment. That many of us try to invest to open businesses in Liberia. My brother, Mr. Gayman was in Monrovia. They go on Christmas time just to put some paperwork together to establish a business. They work. He and a friend, they work until they got tired, they left the country. Now, how do people invest in such an environment when there are so many bottlenecks that is stopping people from investing? That's one. Two, the banks. As you now, you're an old man. You're a draftman. You drawing horse plan. You have the right to go to a bank and ask that bank for a loan for you to establish your small business. Will the bank give you that money? No. But when an official of government goes there, the bank will give him the money. You see that? So that's the problem. There's a systemic problem the country has. And there's a systemic country the country has. Until these problems can be addressed, the country will continue to be in this vicious circle.
To change the trajectory of our country, we say that because we hate people, we hate certain people, and that's how we want to run the country. I think we see good things. When somebody is part of us, we don't see the wrong. As they say, when love is thick, you don't see the wrong. When love is thick, you see all the wrong. So most of all, we talk about people who are stealing from this country. Continually, we don't talk about people. We side with them, some of them give up.
Yeah, because you continue to vote for them. And look, both of us are saying the same thing, but we are saying it differently. You understand? We are saying the same thing.
Let's be friendly in our SOC. We shouldn't be so hateful. That's what I have problem with us. We are doing hateful. We say things like we're making confusion.
Can I ask a question, please?
It's bad.
Okay, sir, we got one more question for you. Go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, one more question. Can you?
1 minute, 1 minute, sir. Go ahead, Robert.
Pape, two things I want you to answer for me. One is, how do you define hate? Because you're saying that we've been hateful. What's your definition of hate? And secondly, one second, Pape. Secondly, you talk about change and changing the trajectory. Who did you vote for, if you don't mind sharing, during the 2023 elections?
Being hateful, like for instance, let's say it this way. When I am here doing something that is even in the interest, even I go wrong way or live inch, you don't want to see the good side of what I'm doing. Only the bad side of what I'm doing, what you see. But the good side of what I'm doing, you're not seeing it at all. You are blind to the goodness of my good. Look, my good is written in the sand. But my bad is written on the wall. That's being hateful. Now, change is to what? Come from one stage to another. From one stage to another. You're a good stage or bad stage, but we're all over a good stage. This nation is bleeding. This nation has been bleeding for a long time. What can we do to solve our problem? That we should be talking about. When we say it, at least we should give the suggestion not to even laugh at people and insulting people. That's not my problem. I listen to a lot of people, like William, Gussie William. He just said in a course that he got Sidhu Sherry, just said a course.
Well, other people were cussing, other people do.
So, Pape, who did you vote for? Who did you vote for during the last election?
I vote for Liberia.
That Pape a politician. That Pape a politician.
No, listen.
Jerome,
he's a politician.
So you see, the reason why I asked that question, now you see a response, right?
Yeah, he's a politician.
Now you said we should be honest with each other.
He's a politician, yes.
To be honest, and then but he voted for JMB, but he's still saying the country is bleeding, but he won't tell us who he voted for. He voted for Liberia.
That's right. So, what is your name? We don't want to call you Papi. What's your name?
Anybody that is good, I vote for you. Anybody
Sir.
that you want 2% over another person, I will vote for you.
Sir, what is your full name?
What was someone in the first two that someone will have?
Sir, we don't want
to ask him what his name, man.
We don't want to call you Papi. We want to call you by your name. What is your name?
I'm J. Agalo Morris. J.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Morris.
G-O-R-O.
Yes, I got the name. Mr. Morris.
Agalo Morris. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Morris, do you agree that public utility is germane to the development of the country?
Mr. Jerome, how did the man understand that thing?
Do you believe that?
Mr. Gayman, when you finish, I want to ask my own question.
The man is an architect. The man went to university. He doesn't understand that.
Mr. Morris, do you believe that electricity is important to the development of the country?
There you go.
I
think he hung up.
No.
Mr. Liberia gone.
Mr. Liberia gone. La fake papier.
Listen, Tomalin, we just talked about the information intelligence, right?
Yeah.
Hey guys, let's mute. Cito, man, how many grandchildren you got?
The grandchildren again.
They got a whole river G and San Jose in his house. Sarah.
Yeah.
Lani, come.
When we talk about the information,
Come.
intelligence. That's the intelligent money is at work here.
The intelligent money is at work, Mr. Gayman. We know that.
We are talking about utility. Are you doing that beautiful? You look just like your grandpa.
Ah, look at her. She's so cute.
Listen,
no wonder why.
we talked about.
You gave you a grandpa hard time.
Yeah, we talk about the utility. We talk about all the good things. All the things that we need to do. Tomalin George has he has been doing the best he can to keep everybody. He's been doing the best he can to keep everybody centered. When you go too far right, he will say, "My man, you're going too far right. You go too far." So he had done his part as a neutral person here. So for this man to come and not only did he say we're condemning the administration, but he didn't even commend Tomalin George, who are the most centrist here.
Yeah.
And not only that, I knew how biased he is because he called all the show that
criticize the government.
Yeah. He talked about the closing argument. He talked about
Abraham Myean and Sherry.
So he been traveling all over the Facebook, following the show that criticize the government. Now when I ask you, say who you voted for, is he voted for Liberia? So if you voted for Myean, you didn't vote for Liberia. If you voted for Moluba, you didn't vote for Liberia. If you voted for Comey, you didn't vote for Liberia. This is the country we are talking about.
And Mr. Gayman, can I make a point? He talking about all these shows, talk show hosts are cussing the president. Where was he when his own deputy assistant information minister was cussing the former president with a mosquito brain? Did he get mad about that?
He wants to respond to you.
But listen, guys. Let me.
No, I don't think we should get into a dialogue with him.
Yeah, let him go, man. Let him go.
Let me apologize to
no, that's enough. Myean, that's enough.
Myean, let him come on.
Let him go. We don't need him.
Let him come on screen tomorrow.
Yeah, that's enough. Yeah.
Let me apologize to Mr. Seaton. We said your grandchild, but they say you flexing at your own child. I'm sorry, sir.
I beg you, my president. I'm my president. I'm flexing.
That's my granddaughter.
Mr. D, they say that child look. Tell you, my man, you flexing still.
That's my granddaughter. That's my granddaughter. The issue here, her mom works from home.
Yeah, just say you are not spoken in a while.
Yeah, that's just a thought.
Joe, when the old man is attacking us, we got under his skin. Go ahead.
The old man enjoy it, 18 million.
The old man are what papi. We were Myean and myself were at the back and we were having conversation on our schedule for tomorrow. And then when he started doing a course back to back. And I can tell you for sure, this old man voted the Unity Party.
I know.
And we
There was no question
I
about
saw
that.
him. I saw him once when
he's the
TDC were breaking grounds on the party headquarters, and you know people were coming in from Cell. So you have people coming in from the rehab to ELW Junction. So he was right around that rehab bell, and he was on the road. He was like, "You're not gonna what to do." You're not, and yeah. So
Look at that kind of thing.
yeah. So even if you
I
go
like
to
kind of
some
man,
of
they were coming for more for us. Can you imagine that?
so even when you go to some of the old videos from that activities, definitely you're gonna see him because we did an interview.
But then Myean,
So,
can y'all do an assignment? It's very important. Can y'all
Yeah.
look at the video? We can send small thing. Can y'all look at the video and let's find a puppet on the video so we can share it?
yeah, because
Man, I don't think that is necessary.
No,
you know,
over the past.
The puppet acted very hypocritical. We need to expose him.
It's not necessary.
Yeah, you know the issue of Facebook have a length that they can keep video. Bello, and that's why you see me. I just sit in and I'm not responding because there's somebody that I know and I know how he can talk sometimes.
I'm talking about people cursing people. Where were you when the other people were cursing the other people?
So that real Unity Party puppet there.
Whatever Unity Party.
When Joseph and I was in the bag, he was talking about pointing out to some government officials that have money and they are not doing something. So instead of pointing out,
so the conversation we're having at the back, it's not a conversation that he been calling saying on the show. He was saying different things to us at the back. So that's why you see me. I just said it just laughing.
I think he frustrated with but you say again too. I think he frustrated with the UP, right? Number two.
Yeah.
But then he tried. I was listening when he tried.
I'm not frustrated, Tomalin.
The pro tem, right? Because if you talk about development, you comparing Basel and Nima. Basel, they have how many pro tem?
Oh Lord. We have 3, 4.
Yeah.
4.
3 pro tem.
No, 4. We had Thomas. We had Thomas Oyu. We have Bronski.
Yeah, best on guy and Yomli.
Actually 5 because we had a Yomli and then we had a best guy Finley. So we have 4 in the last 20 years.
Yeah, so you can. So what have they done for the county? The budget goes before them, and they should make allocation for the budget. But instead, they look at their budget.
Yeah,
look at the budget to be having. Look, I'll tell you again. The 5 elected officials in our country: the president, the vice president, the speaker, deputy speaker, the pro tem. The budget is $30.6 million.
Oh, okay.
Then look at the budget.
Can you
and then he came on here to get mad at us.
Can you repeat that? How much it is total?
30.6. I think he's not mad per se.
No, Tomalin, don't go far. Can you repeat the budget of the 3? Can you repeat that?
13.6 million.
So digest that. Just digest that. Mm-hmm. Why do they need all that money? Just think about it.
Okay.
And mind you, agriculture got the same thing. They all 3 got combined. Think about that.
And they got more money than JFK and other people.
Of course. Just think about that. This is what Fanta gets so mad. This is what young people should be mad at, right? The Pape, I think he was being hypocritical.
The Pape is that you people will know that one.
He's having a different conversation in the back, Mr. Sita. And then he's coming over here. He's actually he don't like the fact that we're holding his government feet to the fire.
Right.
And then when I ask him who he votes for, instead of just saying, well, voted for Joseph Boaga, he voted for Liberia. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man.
Look, but he made some good points, though. Honestly, I know. That'd be frank.
But Tomalin, we all been making the same point here.
Yeah, we have been saying this over and over.
That's what Mr. Jackson said. We're all saying the same thing, but in different ways.
Yes.
Tomalin, I'm disappointed because he started naming people, targeting people. If you go after say, I know Peabody, I know Kev. These are people he's actually targeting. Who knows where they come from with these kinds of stuff. And they are naming the people that he said they are anti-government. That's not right. You because a person have a different view, you cannot do this.
And then you referring to them, he referring to them as being hateful.
When I come to Liberia, But you know, when I come, we all are hanging out. I'm hanging out with the whole crew with the closing argument. But we need to have a I need us to find out, Pape. I need to go. I need to see. I need us to find out.
Pape said he always
I'm begging you,
Yeah,
man.
because
Maya, we'll
Eric,
find it, Pape. We'll find it, Pape.
I have a number here. I
Okay,
usually
good.
talk.
Yeah,
There you go.
so that somebody will get number to
Ah,
talk.
Pape,
So,
la big United Party, me what off salary and
So let's try to bring it on set. Let's try to bring it on set.
If you agree to come.
Yes, because Abu is telling us here that we are giving misinformation, electricity. The
No,
whole
Abu is not invited to the party. Joseph, make sure we're hanging out. You don't invite Abu. Abu not coming.
Abu said the electricity in the country and we're giving misinformation.
Well, Abu was just on the show the other day when the electricity went off.
It always going off on him.
It always going off for him, especially when he on the show.
No,
But
let's talk to Mr. Jerome. I spoke with my dad today. The in Marshall, they didn't have to put the generator on for 4 days straight now.
Wow.
According to them, the LEC has been constant, and so for that, I gotta give the government some credit. And in fact,
that constant in all areas?
And in fact, I think the minister, the LEC boss, I think he's really showing some transformative leadership.
Oh, he's good. He's great.
I'll give him credit for that.
He's great.
Joseph, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, when he started, like it was so great, but again, they tried to ration the entire current. So when you imagine virus will be on someplace around the entire Japanese freeway will be off, Dopoh will be on, Single will be off. So so how they're doing it.
So it's not consistent in every area. No, that's what.
Yeah. So not every area that.
But this issue has current rationing has been part of Liberia from time immemorial. Because I remember prior to the Civil War, LEC used to ration current. The only thing is when a man coffee dry or drinks during the dry season, then bond mining company comes in and help LEC, and then because of that, sometimes in the day there's no current in the net, then current comes. So the current rationing has been there for a long time. But the problem here is we don't think and we don't plan for the future. That is our problem. LEC has been having this problem all of these years. It was damaged during the Civil War. Instead of the country, at that time, the international community, everybody was willing to help Liberia. Instead of the country coming up with a general proposal to put a very good hydroelectric dam out on one of the largest those rivers in Liberia, like the Lofa River, which is a monster, the St. Paul, Kavala, we didn't do that. And then we went back, we just rehabilitated the same old small Torgbean to my coffee. So that's why we still have the same problem. Because again, I keep asking the question, where are our planners?
Well, the question is...
Someone said New Georgia is off right now.
Yes, New Georgia, some part of the place is out.
So it's not consistent in every area.
Yeah, but we know the answer to your question, Sita. It is the same thing we've been talking about. We're talking about self-hate, greed. They said, according to what information we all are familiar with, that somebody actually made the proposal for that dam to be built on one of the major rivers. But one of the few of the old families in Liberia own that property.
Mm-hmm.
And they wanted that particular project to be on the land so it could be a perpetual income. And this is how they sabotage the actual plan and they build that thing over there. So this is what we are talking about when someone like Murray talk about we don't care. We are just the regular little people. The government that have billions of dollars to do good for the folks use the money for recurring expenditure and perks. And then he want us, who are the people that are supposed to be served, to do the government's job and trying to blame the victims. We are the victims. Our resources have been misused by the same old people. And then you come here because we are talking, we are complaining, and then you want to blame us and say we are hateful.
Can you imagine that? Where is the hate?
You said if you have daughters and you working with little girls and they are being abused, and you are not upset with the government, you upset with us. What kind of thinking is this? Baby girls, they work in a place where they make $70 a month and they are not allowed to use the bathroom. And these girls are going outside in the bushes to use the restroom in your presence. And then you want to blame us. Hey man, what? This is a 70-year-old man.
But he voted for Liberia.
Yes.
He on the payroll for the $18 million intelligence.
Wisdom. They say wisdom comes with age. Is that true? Too many George, talk to me. Is that true?
No, but on the line, somebody just told me and I said the MCC money that they're expecting, they tend to put it towards the Electric City. So
yeah, but that's what we're saying. How?
Yeah, but how? Maybe they will get roughly about let's assume $500 million.
Yeah. But somebody said earlier, nobody will invest in Liberia if they don't have. I think you said it, Mr. Gayman.
Yes.
Well, I thought that people bringing the money, they're going to control it.
No, I mean they will tell you. They ask for you to show them. Right now the team in Liberia right now. The team in Liberia, they're working with it. It's a long process. Like that money, you will not start seeing that money in around 2028. You start seeing it. So,
okay.
Elected 2029, the government are really too much. But this government can make a decision for the future government. Say, well,
right,
that money towards the Electric City. Like when Ellen received the money, CDC inherited it. But Ellen already said to put the Mount Coffee project, so that I can they get money captain on head in that project. So if we directed to the Electric City, it would be good because the investor wants to Liberia. You need to have that stability.
It's too expensive to do any business in that country right now.
Exactly. And what Tomalin? Yeah, Tomalin. Go ahead.
The question I ask is, I went to Nima. Nima is like a different look. Nima is different. I'm gonna you think different part of Liberia because Nima is in Nima. I've never experienced current shortage in Nima, not at all. They were too nice. Not a town in current bling, 24-hour current, all in the streets. You see, and they're putting the Christmas lights all the time. And you there, the lights are bright. You bring cold.
Well, that thing can make the city beautiful.
I mean,
yeah, but the Nipa current is part of the West African electricity project.
Yeah.
So they are getting power from the agriculture.
So Monrovia is not part of Liberia.
No, but Monrovia is far from the border.
We need to I think I'm gonna invite it, but
that's true, right?
Yeah, they have this national pool to electrify the whole of West Africa. So some power. You remember when George was president, Agrico started supplying Liberia because Liberia owing Agrico. You remember, and Liberia had to pay that money for Agrico to continue to supply the country. So it is part of that. So.
Nima is getting current from Africa, but one of the main sources is the jungle water. Jungle water is supplying the entire Nima right now.
Which one is the jungle water now? Is a hydro?
Jungle water is what? Is a hydro?
It's a power plant. It's a private electricity company.
The Flotoma.
Oh, okay.
So the current from Aricos is supplying Nimba, Banga, and some part of Mangibi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So this is what we are talking about when we are talking about Liberia. We had the same issue in Grand Bassa County when they were building the university there. Some people were they were trying to convince the government, Myean, to lease 300 acres from 4 families in Bassa to build the university so they can get residual income. Can you imagine? Government officials are supposed to be thinking about the future of the children. They were negotiating for 4 families to give about 300 acres so they can get residual income for the rest as long as the university is built on their property. These people are not thinking about the country. They were only thinking about themselves. And that deal is everywhere in Monrovia. This is why government has always rented from private citizens, private homes.
Yep.
That's what they do.
And Mr. Gayman, it didn't start recently.
No,
It started from the 2-week party time.
From the beginning of the
And
country.
they see 2-week party people in power today.
Yeah, from the 2-week party time.
Now they're passing
Look,
around breaking the people's homes.
the former Ministry of Education is the King's building. It was owned by the King family for almost more than 50 years. Liberia were paying to the King family just for the rental of that building.
Wow.
Just imagine that. Then they had the national.
So that's a mentality for decades ago.
Of course.
Century.
That Samuel Doe tried to change that trajectory. Samuel Doe tried to change the trajectory by building government offices.
Right.
And then later on, other people started buying into the idea. But it has been an existing problem in the country for a long time.
Wow, that's horrible.
And there are still some offices and buildings. You remember recently, the URIs and the Liberian government got into it when they moved the whole maritime. The whole maritime was being housed in the URI building.
Yes, that is something that I know of.
Yes, when they built a new maritime building, he got upset and evicted them before their lease even expired.
And you know, these people, they are not honest to Liberia. When Mr. Ure was commissioner of the Bureau of Maritime Affairs, right, there was a proposal to build the new maritime headquarters. If you are going to Snapper Hill around the Catholic Secretariat, Dr. Chipote's father has a building there. Opposite, there is an open space. You can come from Broad Street, and then you pass through that open space right opposite Trinity Cathedral, the Episcopal Church. There's an open space. There where they were supposed to build the maritime headquarters at the time. But then Ure went and renovated. I think that he aunt home there. That place, that's by JFK there. That is renovated, remarried the whole place, and then maritime moved there. So this problem has been a Liberian age-old problem.
Wow.
We just saw, I think it was Honorable Jackson told us the $50 million that has been in the budget for electricity for meter. You saw they said the reason that where the money will be spent, they said administration. Administration is not anything else but salaries and perks.
Right.
Where we come from, where we are here, they will tell you.
Well, maybe they'll use portion of that money for the meter.
Well,
okay, see, that's the case pending,
from what
right?
we understand here, they
What
will
the
tell
case
you,
requires for
the
you
government
to
will tell you that your operating budget,
yes,
your overhead, your administrative fee cannot be more than 18%, maximum.
We'll get the feedback from you.
But in other places, when you talk about 50 million for administration and something else, that means they can reward themselves salaries that is just out of this world. Like somebody just said, some of these guys are making $10,000. They bring in home $10,080 a month.
Wow. Well, now
guys, Mr. Tomalin George, I think we have held you guys too long.
It's time to go.
There's our parting comments. Joe said you the one, you in Liberia before your light go. Get your
They lead a journey with a Lego business.
So let me say thank you for the show. It was a great show. We prepared tomorrow to do our job. So tomorrow, first in the morning, we are heading to the Freeport to go Kehleboe, where the earth moving equipment will be leaving the port in a long convoy.
Yeah, please make sure you check everyone on the lab 137 because they're poking lot.
Yeah, so we will be there tomorrow going live. So we'll be leaving from the port, going all the way to Kehleboe, where the machine will be packed. So we will be there tomorrow. It was a great show.
Okay.
Thank you. Myean?
Yeah.
You're closing. We're coming closer.
I'm so glad that Myean is
get some
sleeping.
rest. I know it's almost 2 o'clock there.
That's why I
Mine was on
sincerely.
the food so not 3 in the morning. I was tired. You know,
That's
smart.
why.
Wow.
So
You
I
might be
just like.
sleeping, or your sleep is important, my son.
Yeah.
We complain to our employer now that we are employer, we can't do this. We got to make sure that you get home on time. Thank you very much. Okay, Sarah.
Yeah, great show, Mr. Gayman, and thank you all for the show. Thank you, Myean, and what your name again, Joseph. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for everything you guys are doing for the platform. We are very, very grateful for you guys. Also to our people, our followers, and also our people back home who has been following the show, we want to say thank you. And to our old man who was on the show here from the United Party government, we want to say thank you for sending your 2 cents, but at the end of the day, you appear to be very hypocritical. No disrespect to you. It's your choice to support who you want to support, but you don't come on here and dictate to all when you know you have a side. And so thank you so much. The show was great. The $18 million that has been put in the budget for intelligence, whatever. Shame onto this government. Liberian people are not stupid. They know what they are going through. At the end of the day, we are praying that they'll make the right decision to put the right people in place. Thank you so much, Mr. Gayman, and have a good night.
Good. Robert going to drink it. Wow. Mr. Sita.
I want to say thank you to all of you, and I want to say thank you to the folks in Monrovia, Mr. Sally and Maya. You guys are doing phenomenal to keep the show alive. We really appreciate that. And I also want to thank Timothy, Mr. Gayman, for holding on the show, for all of the good discussions that we have been having. We hope that what the education we are providing to our people, they will take those, they will accept and take those education and be able to make the right decision 2029 to elect the folks that is going to move Liberia forward. Every one of us, we want Liberia to be better. That's why many times we sacrifice our time to come here to highlight the problem that is confronting the country and to proffer solution. And we hope that the folks that are in government will listen. Those who will be coming after election will also listen, because at the end of the day, it is Liberia. Mama Liberia is bigger than every one of us, and we all are doing everything to make it better. So again, I want to say thank you and God bless you.
Thank you. Chief Tomalin, take us out.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Gayman. Thank you again for holding on the show. We appreciate you. We something we want to observe. Joseph, you'll get a chance. There's something brewing between Senator Christian Duncan and the former foreign minister and the former president. I don't know why I've been reading that he's been attacking them. I don't know what's going on, but you guys can follow up on that story. Why he's going? He's going very, very ballistic against the former president and former foreign minister. So try to find out what's going on, and also the issue. I spoke today with both Toya and the vice president, and Toya said he's gonna come out strong again tomorrow again. So he said he's not gonna back down. So let's follow up what's going on too. Let's follow the story that's developing between the former finance minister and the current vice president. Let's get on there and see what's going on. And also too, the attorney general, we were trying to get hold of him. Why did he reverse the subpoena by the special committee that was investigated the audit that was done against the Senate? Okay, you know what's happening? What I heard today, that particular audit, they're going to affect people that will be serious candidates for 2029, because check it, those who are the Ways and Means Committee chair, who are the pro tem, and all the people involved. Most of them today, most of them are in the current government too. That's why you see, I'm thinking that I was told today that the reason why the Justice Minister is why he asked for the audit to be squashed. I mean, the subpoena. So we're gonna find out why. The Justice Minister we need to put him on blast. So he can't lie.
Man, compromise. You know that.
To just be messing things up. So let's dig deeper, as my man
Gayman.
We'll dig deeper on all these things that are trending and see what happening. And guys, congratulations to us, man. We got 10 million views now, right? Right, Joe?
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
I'm seeing it. I'm seeing it.
Oh, wow, that's great news.
You guys are doing a great job. Let's keep it up. Let's continue to push what we can do and explain it. Thank you guys. Thank you so much.
Say, Gonga, no, you need to get from behind that fake page so you can show your face.
But why you keep messing with Ganga? No, Ganga no, that my boyfriend.
Because you always messing with me.
Okay, guys, see you tomorrow.
Man, have a good night, guys.
Guys.